I'm starting at the intended time after all. Hello, everyone. It's Limbus company time. And Arknights. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. I have been waiting for this for so long now. And I don't know why I'm talking like this, but I'm very excited. I even started playing Arknights again in preparation. Specifically, I played Undertides to get the story, you know? And they finally did manage to animate the fire correctly. That does look really good. Alright, let's go in to the game. I've already been into the game to update it and to turn on the sound because I never have sound turned on anymore. But I'm, after having played Undertides, I'm even more excited. Because that story is pretty good. I gotta be real. I gotta be real, it is. Hi, Yisang. Okay. So first of all, I want to look at numbers. I love looking at numbers. We're gonna save the big boy to last. Okay. Rolls a 30. It clashes better than Fluid Sack. At least. 33 even. That's a very easy conditional. If you're just running either of these teams, or just burn passively. 30%? That's pretty good. Well, of this unit's max HP, but if you get a tanky Faust in there, then that is pretty good. Caltsit. Okay, so this is a maximum of 10% every turn. Is that better than Thoracolgia? I mean, this seems really good, just from a glance. This might be better than Fluid Sack? Question mark. What are we thinking? What's the consensus in the general community? Better than Fluid Sack? Or kind of on par? It does just look kind of good. Okay, I don't really care about you. I'm sure you're going to be good. But I don't really care. They're one offense, and this is 2 offense. Okay, it's whatever. I don't really care. How much did this cost? 5 gluttony. Ugh. Okay, but you're the one I'm interested in. 5 plus 5. Okay, it does roll 15. So it doesn't exactly clash very high. Okay, okay, there we go. Clash power plus 20. Yeah, right, that's how they get around making it a reroll. For a moment I was like, maybe they're gonna make it like roll a 30 plus 1 and then have that be the reroll, but that would still be kind of crazy. I'm just gonna assume it's good. 40 man in Scabbard. Gain 10 stacks at turn end. Why wouldn't they just make it? Okay, well that's why they wouldn't just make it 1. Because that's a more reasonable... Okay, I'm sure it's good. I'm sure all of these are going to be good or passable. Because they wouldn't make a collab that doesn't have passable. Title LG. Yeah. Okay, let's just get into what you're all here for. Gambling. Right? We're all here for the gambling. And actually, we're also all here for this, because of course I did. Of course I purchased, of course I'm gonna get this. I can't not.
ブリーフィング担当としてロドスアイランドから来ました。よろしくお願いします。
It's her. She's real. I can't believe it. I can't believe Amiya in Limbus Company is real. Okay, well, I hope I get lucky. I've had some... Well, that was not what I wanted, but that's something else. Do the collab things have a different color? Like Valpurgis? Or are they just yellow? At least I have a lot to gamble with. Oh, well, there you go. I got one of them. I got one of them on the third pull. Please be Gregor. Okay, I'll take Faust. The Faust one is good. That's one down. Pretty fast, actually. That was pretty fast. That was relatively quick. I'm feeling good about this. And I have a lot of tickets because I've been spending money. I've got disposable income now, it's fine. Capitalism wins. And all that. Okay, well, I can't complain when I got Faust on the third pull. But I'm afraid that it might stay that way. Sure am. Okay, well, I'm getting very lucky in terms of just general pulls. Like, this is not bad. So I'm gonna have a lot of shards, that's for sure. But you know what I really want is to see some blue right here. Show me the blue. Show me the blue. Show me the blue. Please. Okay. It's getting a little dicey. How many pulls have we done now? I'm not even counting. Okay, we're halfway. We're halfway and we've got Faust at least. Give me the blue. I'm like, this is like Breaking Bad. I want the blue. At least I have enough for like one pity. So if I don't get Hong Lu, I mean, that's fine. I don't exactly care about the Hong Lu that much. I feel like I wanted the Faust, and I wanted the Gregor, and Ishmael is free. Yeah, speaking of Hong Lu. So if I don't get the Hong Lu, I kinda don't care. Even though it is really pretty. That's like the only reason I'd want it, because it looks really good. Please don't tell me Faust is gonna be the only one I pull. Yeah, that Hong Lu is bulky. Alright. 40 more pulls. Or, well, 4 more pulls. Come on now. Why am I getting... This is an unnatural amount of luck for getting 3 stars. Please stop giving me 3 stars. What is happening? Give me blue. Give me blue. Okay, well this is Alright. Well, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Gimme. Huge. I do not fear the absence of brilliance. Milnar. You say 1 more to go, but I think I'm gonna save my pulls. Valpurgis is coming. And I don't really care about Honglu that much. Evident by the fact that I almost called him Yisong. What is this? Far. No good laundry lines, to be honest. We'll do more pulls at the end of the stream. That's kind of how people do it, right? When we're done with the story. That's when we're gonna do it. Okay. Let's level you up. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna get them to 4 because I'm not spending my resources on anything else, so who cares? I might as well. And now I have. Sanity cost 30. How much does it actually refund? 1 fewer wrath, 2 fewer sloth, 1 fewer pride. It's actually pretty cheap. Huh. That's like really cheap for a WoW ego. Holy shit. Okay. And you get refunded almost all of the... That's crazy. Yeah, basically, I mean, you can just use this immediately almost. That's actually kind of crazy. Plus 100% damage. That's insane. That's so stupid, actually. Who came up with this? They were like, we want the collab ego to be pretty good. Okay, let me do some exchanging. We want this all the way up. Yeah, we do. All right. Yeah, I'll do more pulls later if I feel like it. For now, I want to figure out what team I'm even going to use for this. Maybe Burn. I don't know. I want a team where both... You need Wrath, Sloth, and Pride. I mean, a Burn team does do that. I feel like burning the sea is funnier. Actually. Yeah, I'll burn the sea. Not a lot of gluttony, though. Well, I guess you have gluttony, actually, so... Haha, funny. You see what I did there? You. I guess you have gluttony, so that kind of makes up for it, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay. Here we go. This is what I'm here for. I do love gambling, but I also love Arknights. And story. Can I do hard immediately? Ooh, okay, I can do hard immediately. Clearing via hard difficulty will automatically clear normal difficulty stages. Okay, well, that seems good then. It is the length of an intervallo. I really wasn't expecting it to be. Look, Arknights is fucking peak, dude. I've been playing Arknights again, and it's so good. Huh? Okay. We'll bring the level 15 Le Hong Lu. Well, I'm playing hard mode immediately, so... I'm not going to play this twice. I don't think that's necessary. Yeah, fixed Amiya. They're giving us a taste. Okay, no spoilers, by the way. None at all, please. Get that. And no backseating either. I mean, I know how to play this game. I think we can all agree on that. Yeah, whatever. I think reading is pretty overrated in Limbus, to be honest. I was exploring a lobotomy corporation branch when my consciousness sinks into the depths. The sense of cognition itself as a concept without form floats into the shadow of an ever-widening river, swept up in its currents to nowhere. When we ran into an abnormality, first time abnormalities have had story relevance in like 5 years, and it's in the collab. But Sod told us that Hongyan's Lobotomy Corp branch should be free of any abnormalities. You're telling me they're exploring a Lobotomy Corporation branch in Hongyan and we do not get to see it? That's fucked up. The abnormality, which had appeared out of nowhere, was more otherworldly than any we'd encountered so far in our journey, and deep blue. It was fathomlessly blue, and seemed to have a pull that endlessly drew us into itself. Just as I was about to recall this abnormality, a myriad of sceneries and a flood of incalculable thoughts crash into my mind like wild waves before ebbing away from its shores. I was already lost and adrift somewhere within my own consciousness when I realized this. Just how long am I going to be adrift? The sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite the unfamiliar one. I floated about in that strange state for a while. Dante! An unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Are you Dante? The fog of my vision clears as the voice breaks through the waves, and a concerned expression comes into view. Yes, I am. Ah, what a relief. Gregor, I think Dante has come too. So who are... I was about to ask further questions to this stranger with particularly long, animal-like ears, but... Ugh. I felt the drowsiness coursing back with the terrifying memories of the dream, rendering me unable to speak. I have to get a hold of myself. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, I barely... That's awesome. I'm so excited, too. I hadn't played Undertides before this, the side story in Arknights, but I played it because of the collab was obviously going to be about it. And it's so good. The story was genuinely so good, and I'm really excited to see it adapted here. Or at least, you know, the contents of that story adapted here. Obviously, it won't be a one-to-one story copy, I assume. Unless it is, which would be kind of funny, but also weird. I barely managed to wake myself from slumber to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarities. There was that stranger from earlier, sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sights, a young girl who probably saved my life. Wait, so were those animal ears after all? Okay, that's not important right now. I have to prioritize figuring out just where in the world I ended up in. So we're standing by the Iberian coastline. How are you feeling? A little out of it, but I'm okay otherwise. Iberia, huh? You don't think it's strange that she can understand you? Dante? I don't think anyone has ever understood you that's not a sinner.
Yes, we're in Iberia.
Well, given that we're next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to U-Corp's Great Lake? Iberia was an unfamiliar name, but that was all I had to go on, given that the city was still full of more unknowns than knowns to me.
I radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up earlier. They'll be here any minute.
I see. Oh my god, she is so small. She is so small. I need... There is a good way to play Arknights on PC. They have the... There's a PC download link on their site. You can play it on the... It's like a Google Play PC beta thing or something. But she is so cute, I'm going insane. Wait, my colleagues? You must have run into the sinners then. The fog of my mind immediately cleared as soon as I realized that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen.
Sinners? I think so. I ran into them earlier. They were looking all over the place for someone with a clock for their head. It was a pretty unique description, so I could tell right away that you were the person they were looking for.
So this clock head does come in handy. Manager bud.
Dante!
I'd woken up in an unfamiliar place to an unfamiliar face, and in the midst of all this all-around sense of displacement, the faces that appeared here before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Gregor! Hong Lu! Miss Rabbit here told me she found you unconscious by the ocean. And, whew, I came as fast as I could, and, oh boy, I was worried that something bad might have happened. I'm glad to see you're doing fine.
Were you lost at sea?
I don't know. I don't know. Well, I do think I'm fine, though. I guess not having any way to drink water's finally come in handy. Badum chi. Badum tish. You should get that checked. You should get that checked out just in case. Wait, your head's waterproof, right? Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned. Maybe we're not actually in that much danger. So, what happened? Where are we?
Do you remember entering that Lobotomy Corp ranch Si Chun told us about?
No, she is a rabbit. Very long ears is all. Yeah. Yeah, we ran into a new abnormality and
got sucked into it before we even had the chance to do anything.
Man, I really thought that was it for us, especially with you getting sucked in here too, Manager Bud. But when we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch, we were all fine without a scratch. Though there was quite a mess when we realized that you'd gone missing.
We wanted to search for you immediately, but
it took a while before we got a better bearing of where we were. So we're not at U-Corp's Great Lake?
Some of us consider that to be a distinct possibility, but it's unlikely. Ishmael was really certain that we were not in District 21. Quite certain, yes.
She did concede that we might be in an unknown area within the Great Lake of the outskirts, but that doesn't seem likely either, given what the rabbit-eared lady there said.
The outskirts region of the Great Lake? I've met all kinds of people from all over Terra, but I've never met anyone who referred to the Iberian Sea that way.
Terra? Iberia? What you talking about? As I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms, a very obvious question suddenly struck me. Speaking of which, who are you? Really? You fellas haven't introduced yourselves to each other yet? It's just that it's all just a lot to take in.
It's understandable. You did just wake up from a pretty harrowing experience. She is, Actually, would you like to do the honors yourself? I'm Amia, the leader of Rhodes Island. Please, just call me Amia.
I'm Dante, manager at Limbus Company. I know I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. Shut the fuck up. It seems that this rodeo island is a pretty big corporation, but... Gregor trails off ominously and scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. This young lady with the rabbit ears doesn't know what the head is at all.
As far as I know, there aren't any organizations in Terra with the same characteristics as the one Mr. Gregor explained. At least not with a name like the Head. Also, sorry, it's Rhodes Island, not Rodeo.
Sorry, Gregor's kinda bad with names. So, what you're saying is that we're not in the city anymore.
It'd be weird for any higher-ups at these huge corporations to know less about the Head than we do, let alone be completely clueless about it.
Well, maybe we've stumbled into a previously undiscovered zone of the outskirts, or the ruins. Probably.
Or maybe we've really found ourselves in a completely different world.
Let's visit the world of wonders. If their conjecture is correct, we're in way bigger trouble than I thought. This wasn't like the time we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door in the corridor. Amia stared at me with some concern, as though she felt my distress.
I think I can draw a connection to something else that's happening here.
Really?
Yes. Recently, anomalous signs and events have been occurring in Iberia, ever since a mysterious dimensional door appeared at sea. And it's been said that this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant. To something that we've never observed before, so...
Seems reasonable to theorize that the dimensional door is how we managed to cross over to this world. I really would have appreciated Faust's input. Where'd all the other sinners go, anyway? A bit late on the uptake to be gawking around for the other sinners now, don't you think?
They're at a settlement near here, where they're all helping out with the various odds and ends of the village, while taking turns searching for Dante, of course.
You know, I never thought about how difficult it would be to search for someone when we're like fish out of water. Man, barely got even a wink of sleep since yesterday. Everyone's got to be really tired then. So it's just you two out here for now? No, Ishmael and Yisang are the other half of the search party. We just happen to be the last group in the rotation. They must be searching elsewhere to find you, Manager Bud.
We got the news early thanks to Amiya's comms gear, but the other teams didn't.
Yeah, we got lucky. The other team, well, we don't have any way to get in touch with them, so they'll probably continue their search until their shift is done.
Oh, are we talking about that village you mentioned earlier?
Uh-huh, right. You've not been there yet, huh? Guess it's a bit off the beaten path. Well, we're going to have to rendezvous with the other sinners anyway, so let's head to the village for now. Something seemed to pique Amiya's interest as she fell into a contemplative silence before carefully speaking up.
I would like to accompany you there.
Sure, I don't see why not. You helped us find Manager Bud, and more importantly, you seem to know a lot more about this place than we do.
I don't actually know Iberia that well either, but I should be able to be of some help. They've closed their borders and have practically locked out any foreign influences from affecting them, but I did get a briefing before the mission.
Closed borders, huh? Then how did you get in, Miss Amiya?
We followed Dr. Calcit's directions and illegally crossed the country border.
Illegally?
Oh, Does that mean you crossed the border without obtaining any permission, Amiya? We had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why the dimensional door came to be.
Is it normal for pharmaceutical companies to be doing that? Large pharmaceutical companies often dispatch their agents for missions.
Yes. Rhodes Island is, in essence, a pharmaceutical company researching treatments for people infected with oripathy. But we also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas.
High-risk areas, huh? Wait, what about your companions? I doubt you came all the way here on your own.
That's, we were forced to split up due to certain forces that were in pursuit. Wait, stop!
Amiya's ears twitched as she came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. Then,
there.
As we stood about confused, Amiya, noticing something, pointed toward the seashore hidden behind large and cragged rock formations. What are we supposed to? Huh? Scotty? Hello, Scotty? There, we saw someone wielding a lengthy greatsword. She looks kind of awesome in this style, actually. They all look great in this style. This is crazy.
Again, move. You're in the way.
You needn't worry as you do. We have had ample experience battling monsters who are much like them.
Listen, I'm not worried. It's...
Come on, better to have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person we ran into out here, so we've got a lot of questions to ask. Yisong! Ishmael! Dante, you are unharmed. And here I was, getting ready for a 3-days-long search. What a relief. We were all really worried that we might never be able to find you.
We managed to find them thanks to help from Miss Amiya here.
Amiya? Are you two acquainted?
Not a good time for a reunion. It can wait until after we take out the sea monsters. Scotty, are those organisms the Seaborns Dr. Kals had mentioned? They're sea terrors, to be specific. The less sophisticated ones among them. And they're probably here for me.
I wonder why. Play Undertides to find out. Or maybe they'll tell you in the story, I don't know. Sea terrors. I hear the sticky noise of something viscous slithering against the rocks. When I turn to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smell the heavy, wet scent of brine. There they are! At the end of my gaze awaits strange monsters, unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It is as though the sea itself is encroaching on the land. I was almost certain we weren't at the Great Lake, but I'm not so sure anymore. Her experiences with the thick scent of brine at the Great Lake must have put her in a wary mood. As Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. Do you think those creatures could be whales or mermaids? I don't know. The Great Lake and the outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries after all. Dante, what do your senses say? It's unclear. I'd say the closest comparison I could make is with the whales, but even that's not conclusive. Huh?
More enemies on the horizon. We should prepare for battle.
Doesn't seem like we can talk things out with them, though. So let's take them out! Trying so hard to be cool. Oh my god. They're real. They're real. Deep sea slider. Nervous impairment, there it is. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was afraid of. When on top of Nether Sea Brand. Gain Clash Power +2 and double the amount of nervous impairment inflicted. Okay. Turn and... Okay, well, we're not on top of Nether Sea Brand, I assume. At 33, okay. Nervous impairment. Yeah, they did kind of translate it as I thought they would. That's kind of crazy. Okay, hello Honglu. You'll just have to do your best.
순식간에 끝내죠.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。 囚人の皆さんの状態を確認する必要がありそうです。
I like that there are more of them than us. They don't allow that to happen very often.
순식간에 끝내죠.
So it's cool that they are doing that.
効果的な攻撃でした。
Okay, I'm gonna have to get the music up a bit.
敵は深手を負っています。
Because if this is anything like the Undertides OST, this is gonna be peak. Dead.
このままいけば敵を食い止められます。
Indeed, Amiya.
순식간에 끝내죠.
It's less strange to hear Japanese voice acting now that I've been playing it for a while. Okay, well these are the fodder enemies. We haven't gotten any good ones yet. Death. Oh my god, they do mission accomplished. I don't know why I wasn't expecting them to do that, but that is beautiful.
All remaining enemies have retreated to the sea. Good work, everyone. Didn't think I'd have to deal with anything remotely like this outside the Great Lake.
You can say that again. It would have taken us the whole day if that Scotty character didn't occupy the other half while Miss Rabbit helped us from a distance. As we were catching our breath after the battle, I heard a brief hum. When I turned to look at its source, I saw Scotty glaring at me with palpable alarm.
Strange people who transform. And ahead of a clock?
I guess they're both technically true.
Well, it's nothing more than a theory at this point. I think they have a lot to do with the dimensional door we're supposed to be investigating.
Nice to meet you, I guess.
I only hear a ticking clock.
Oh, that's because only us sinners can hear Dante's voice. Huh? What's up?
No, I'm just wondering how Miss Amiya can seemingly understand Dante.
Yeah, what's going on here? Amiya is a sitter? Huh? Yeah, it completely flew over my head that I didn't even question how weird this is.
Their voice sounds like a ticking clock to me too, but I don't know, it's almost like I can sense what they're trying to say, what kind of emotion they're trying to convey.
Her explanation reminded me of the blue boy in Sinclair's past, but I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Amiya that I felt from them. So she can read me... They, them, Demian? Huge reveal. So she can read me kind of like how Virgilius can, I guess? This kind of reminds me of a dream I had. Well, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's true. It's been a bit of a hassle to always need Faust or Honglu to translate for you, Dante. I'd like to know exactly how she can understand him, but... Understand Dante, but I don't think we've got the luxury of time to sit down and figure this out. Are we heading back? Sounds like a plan. It's not like we know anything... It's not like... Fuck. It's not like we know anywhere else to go, right? And Miss Rabbit here will be tagging along too. She said she'll help us find our way back.
I'm glad to be working with you two also, Miss Ishmael, Mr. Honglu.
Took the words right out of my mouth. You've already helped us plenty, and you clearly know a lot more about this place than we do.
The journey is long. Perhaps embarking on it ere the sun's fall would be wise. How long's the journey?
No idea. It's not like we have a clock with us. I do know that it's not very far, though. We just need to walk along the coastline for a bit. Scotty quietly points in my direction.
Oh, Dante can't tell...
Dante can't tell us the time because they're not on time.
Then why the clock head?
I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock-shaped head. Well, it seems like you did, actually. I looked away from Scotty's inquisitive eyes, which were quietly, solidly fixed on my head.
The coasts of Iberia are hardly good places for people to live. So those things can go anywhere in this world, but they thrive at places that meet the ocean. How did people manage to build a village at a place like this? The monsters are called seaborns, or sea terrors, yes? While it is true that they pose certain difficulties, they were hardly the kind of monsters with the strength to bring scourge and drive out the local populace. Don't judge them based on that brief skirmish.
She's just telling us to be on our guard, right?
Scotty can be a bit curt, but she's not a bad person.
I don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of stronger variants of these creatures being out there. Scotty's concern only served to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry. So I quietly quickened my pace as we walked to the village. Okay, well, this is a strong start. I can tell you that much.
앞에 나선 보람이 있었구려. 그 어느 때보다 뜨겁게 타올랐어. 이 건법도 제법 손에 익은 듯하오.
LCPC. Village of the Dead Lighthouse. Wait, is this actually gonna be the same city from the story? Oh my god, it is. This hardly looks like a village. It's more like the ruins of one, isn't it?
It doesn't seem like they've done any proper upkeep to the place. Not in a while, at least. They're really here, living together.
The strange buildings tell the stories of former prosperity from a bygone era. Our steps... Okay, no, this is a different city. Just similar in appearance. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground. On it, I see a rotting sign marked with the name Faro Muerto. Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of long, silent abandonment.
We don't see these kinds of abandoned-looking ruins often in the city either.
Well, yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on that free real estate. Be it a syndicate or a corporation. Fix it up. Better than this, at least. So, where are the sinners?
Ah, there's a clearing down there where...
We were entrapped betwixt a twain of great ships, narrowing winds against our sail. Ooh. And that is when young Ishmael boomed, her command most resonant. Say no more. I didn't even have to try to search for them. That unmistakably sonorous and familiar voice echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. That's Don Quixote's voice when she's sharing her adventurous tales. There she was, standing atop a low podium like an actor on stage, regaling a group of people in rags with tales of our adventures like a traveling thespian. Answers, ye dogs! Oarsmen! 'Tis the moment I, Ishmael, the first mate of vessel Mephistopheles, shall navigate out.
Stop, hold on, just what do you think you're doing?
Young Ishmael, unhand my mouth, for I was just about to regale them with the most fantastic tale of adventures of the great Manager Esquire. Verily thou hast returned with Manager Esquire safely in tow. What? I found Clockhead. I'm British. A burning clock for a head.
When I was a child, I heard a story about a legendary Sarkas with a flaming head.
Why would someone like that visit our humble village? While their exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in some, there is no cause for alarm.
Yeah, they might look like that, but they're Dante, our manager, and the rest are... Oh, hello. I'm sorry. Who are you two?
There are two very nice people who helped us find Dante. This is Miss Amia, leader of Rhodes Island, and this is Miss Scotty, their operator. They'll be coming along with us for a little while. With us?
We believe that the dimensional door, which we at Rhodes Islands are investigating, has something to do with why you suddenly woke up here in Iberia.
As Amiya was bringing the sinners up to speed. No, I'm not going to do a Deku voice, actually. That's kind of stupid.
Ah.
The villagers, who were staring at us curiously, approached us. Did our conversation manage to convince them that we're not a threat? I sure hope so.
You are friends of our saviors.
Saviors? Verily, 'tis quite the grand title, yet that is indeed the word by which we addressed. To be more precise, by saviors they are referring only to Faust and Otis. Faust gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing a very subtle smiling arc. So, I'm guessing something did happen? They were quite mistrustful upon our initial arrival. What business do outsiders have here? What if they're from the Inquisition?
Oh no, what do we do? After all we went through to get here.
Calm yourselves, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be their scriptures or lamps. Let's first try to see who they are. Man, I don't think they're gonna trust us anytime soon. They're all old curmudgeons. They're all old curmudgeons. Let's STNC, then PTSD. You can't do that, Ryoshu. We can't pillage their storage depots. It looks like they already have it hard enough as is. I don't think STNC is a good way to get started either. Should we just find help elsewhere? Just look at how thin their arms are. I don't think they're in any shape to help us out. Perhaps we could inquire as to our whereabouts, ere we are to decide our lodging. While the landscape is certainly reminiscent of U-Corp's, I don't recall hearing or learning about any place that looks like this, though I can't say I've been to every corner of U-Corp, but I'd like to say that. I ask again, what business do outsiders have here? Their fingers are tightening around the grips of their weapons. Prolonged silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter. Sorry for the stuttering. I haven't gotten my practice in today. We can't have that. Hi, we're from Limbus Company. We're fixers of justice! Yeah, that. Fixers of Oi, don't you know when to keep it down? Fixers? That over there. It's a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel by any chance? All these construction materials seem to suggest so. Chief! This does not concern you. It's not something a mere outsider can understand. Curious. I've never seen an energy source like this before. Have you run the tests to rule out any stability issues? It seems to power the heat exchanger via some method comparable to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Faust? The general design structure is somewhat old-fashioned, but there certainly are inspired parts to this design, particularly with the usage of the core energy source. While its stability would need to be further studied, this technology seems to be incredibly energy efficient. You identified all that merely by glancing at this blueprint? Are you some kind of genius? You must be the village chief, then. If so, I have a proposition for you. In return for assisting in their ship repair, we were promised a ride on their vessel. Miss Faust has theorized that perhaps by going out to sea, we may be able to find a way to return to whence we came. Does that mean we can find a way back somewhere out there in the sea? Nothing is certain yet, Dante. At this moment, we are working based on a hunch. A hunch? Sensing the implicit omen in her choice of words, I slowly turned around to look at Faust, who nodded solemnly in response. If we're really in a different world, even her Gesellschaft has to be... No issues were encountered in the repair process. Faust smiles faintly as she looks around. Then she pulls me in by my hems. She whispers in a low voice. My connection to Gesellschaft is currently operating at a suboptimal level, Faust? Dante? So it's still connected, at least? Indeed, it is. However, even exchanges of simple information are taking up to dozens of hours by current calculation. Is this a warp train situation because we're in a different dimension? The cause should be identical. We have been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. The Wi-Fi is slow in this village.
However, Faust is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet to close this time.
Yet to close this time,
Unlike the situation back aboard the warp train.
so to get back to where we came from.
Indeed, traveling through the pathway is the most feasible solution.
And from that, you came up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to sea?
Yes, well, I am also a genius after all.
Hamia conjectured that we probably came through a dimensional door of sorts. Looks like that dimensional door might be what Faust is looking for.
With high likelihood, yes.
At least there's a way back. I find myself calming down a little bit. Oh, speaking of which, when do you think you can wrap up the repair job? As fortune should have it, a majority of the most time-consuming parts of the repair have already been completed by the locals. It shouldn't take us more than a day or two to get its core parts ship shape again. Executive manager. We'll be staying here for a few more days then. How did you manage last night? Well, like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy looking for you this whole time. We took turns helping with the repairs and resting, but I doubt any of us have got a proper night's sleep.
Still, we weren't cold, thanks to the villagers who kept the fire going for us all night.
Not to mention how they helped us a ton with that local map they drew us. Oh, also, Chief handed us this earlier. What's it for? Looks like a sack to collect water? Give it here. I know how to get that installed.
It must be to repay Miss Faust and Miss Otis's efforts at repairing their ship.
Yet, the service they provided us is certainly quite generous, even when taking the transactional nature into account. They're really giving us the best treatment they can, huh?
As for food, we managed to fill ourselves with some cookies and bread Rhodia keeps in her pockets. Didn't want to eat
into their food supply when they're already pretty tight, you know. I should really get into the habit of reading the whole sentence before reading. She carries enough cookies and bread for 12 people? They did offer us some nosh, those dried fish things, but we refused. I ain't taking food from the needy. No need to concern yourself so much with our hospitality. You have done more than enough to earn your keep. I turned around to look at the source of that low rumbling voice and saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish itself amongst the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there a place for us to stay the night? We do have places to shelter from the misty humidity, at the very least. There is an empty building there, so feel free to occupy it for the night. Are you sure? I mean, I don't mind sleeping in the streets myself. Hey, speak for yourself. I've been looking forward to sleeping with a roof over my head since, like, yesterday. You'll catch cold sleeping in the elements in this environment, which is fine by me for the rest of you, but we cannot afford to have the executive manager or our honored guests suffer that fate. Honored guests? I heard what happened from the 4 who left in search of the executive manager. First, I would like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing the executive manager. I hear that you are a leader at a pharmaceutical company. This acquaintance shall certainly come in handy, in case our stay becomes significantly prolonged. Ha! Ha! I'm just surprised by her boldness to say something so materialistic when they're standing right there.
Can I stay in your village too, Chief?
The village chief took a brief glance at the hems by her right wrist, then nodded. Welcome to Faro Muerto. You are welcome to stay for as long as you want. And please, do let me know if you find yourselves without food. Our food supply may be tight indeed, but we have enough to share with those who helped repair the vessel. You better not go back on your word. Hee. I wonder what kind of local delicacies await. Dried fish like they were eating it earlier, maybe?
Hey, Chief.
What is it?
Just how are you surviving out here? By the sea?
Perhaps the question of how we are surviving may be somewhat misdirected. For we are only pursuing every possible avenue because we must survive. The chief responds to Scotty's perceived hostility with a hearty smile. After leaving some firewood for the night, he left.
I'm going. Can't learn much more from here.
Huh? You going somewhere at this hour? Yeah, she likes to do that. Scotty, does this have something to do with the coast? I remember what you said before we got to the village. Something about how coasts are hardly good places to live in.
Dante wants to know if this has something to do with the coast?
You. Do you understand the Aegir language? Aegir language? No.
Scotty just spoke in Aegirian. I couldn't understand a word of Scotty and the chief's conversation because I don't speak Aegirian. It may only be that there were enough lexical similarity between one of the city's languages and the language Scotty spoke in for them to comprehend the meaning.
Weird coincidence. Does this mean that every person in the city is fluent in all of the 12 languages? Is that how it works? Anyway, I have some things to look into. Something you're all too slow to see.
You still have to tell us about it later. Please remember you're not on a solo mission, Scotty.
Or Dante is just really good at all of the languages.
This is a team effort from Rhodes Island.
Will do. Scotty nodded lightly before leaping off into the night, out of our sight. I'm kinda worried.
She's not the best with people, but she's also pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Yeah, should we head inside? The sun's starting to set already.
Oh, yeah, we can probably just pick an unlit building and stay the night there, right? Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward, we made our way into a nearby unoccupied building. Sick. I'm getting double lunacy as well, that's awesome. Terra. This is so awesome. Genuinely. We're gonna get lore exchange and everything. I'm feeling all giddy. We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a hall large enough to house all 15 of us. All 15 or so of us.
Okay, now we're ready. With the curtains on the window removed, the smoke has an exit.
Whoa.
I thought we were doomed to shudder ourselves to sleep with the soaking wet firewood and all.
I had no idea that'd work.
We just have to get a small fire going underneath it until the wood dries up and catches fire. The downside being all this smoke.
It's clear that she has some field experience, unlike some fools I know. I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone. Dawn whenever she sees a maiden in need. Bequeath upon me thine ingredients, young Rodion, for I shall conjure thee a pot of special fixture soup.
You're making soup with cookies and jelly?
No, no, no! You are not getting anywhere near the kitchen again. Not after what you cooked up last time. Well, I must admit to a certain level of interest, as many of our fellows' viscera are oft racked with intense agony upon ingesting dishes of your making. Perhaps it would be wiser that we save the occasion for a safer environment. Right, don't you remember? We agreed to leave cooking to Mur or Otis if we were ever in a situation like this, remember? Did we? See, I think it's become sort of an unspoken rule after everything that happened. Remember? Back during last year's cooking contest at K-Corp? They were the only two people who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Does that mean we'll get to try Otis's cooking once again? Denied. We still have plenty of high-calorie foods like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do something so inefficient. I find it funny how much they are spoiling, in general, of everything, as considering that you can play this event at any time. And that this event is never going to be available again. So they could have just as well just made it completely uncanon. But also it's funnier this way. I'm glad to see that everyone's still energetic, given the circumstances. It can't be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Well, we're all quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleagues, Amia? She shook her head, concerned.
They might have lost their comms devices, or maybe they ran into some other trouble.
Could they be in danger?
I don't know, but I'm sure they're okay. The doctor, Dr. Kalstit, they're both more than capable enough to look after themselves.
Long have this curiosity lingered within me, thus allow me to inquire. Corporations are, by their nature, organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet the activities of your corporation resemble those of charity organizations, as opposed to a pharmaceutical company. Is there aught that might explicate this blurred distinction?
Ah, I wanted to know too.
How come a pharmaceutical company like Rhodes Island's helping people? Rhodes Island's is helping people. Something about what Hong Lu said brings back unpleasant memories. Okay, well, I feel like they could have kept this out. The horrible experiments seen through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering, the embodiment of greed that left a terrible wound in Hong Lu's fathoms. I feel like they didn't need to state this. The pharmaceutical companies I've seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, chose to obsess over the profit it can provide. I feel like it would have been better if they talked about K-Corp, because that's at least a little bit closer to the start of the game than, you know, Kanto 8. But sure.
There are many in Terra who are suffering from a disease. The disease crystallizes you. It spreads deeper and deeper into the infected's internal organs, eventually culminating in their death. It's called erypathy.
Amiya showed me the back of her right hand, dotted by what appear to be obsidian crystallizations. Its appearance reminded me of the biotreatments from the backstreets, but there was something more to it. Something more restless, more sinister.
It's a terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recorded cases of full recovery. But there's an even worse problem.
Pray tell, what could possibly be worse than an incurable, deadly disease? It's kind of more like cancer than COVID.
While it varies region by region, discrimination against the infected is widespread across Terra.
Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. Yisang began with a dark expression.
Some are quarantined in places with terrible, inhumane conditions, and there have been massacres too.
I don't mean to be callous, but is this erypathy highly contagious?
No, there have not been any recorded cases of infection by contact, as long as the subjects are alive. But when the infected dies, the crystal growths on their body decay and turn to dust, scattering, which is what spreads the plague.
Then, barring environments like active battlefields where casualties are to be expected, staying within close proximity of the infected in daily life seems to pose hardly any risk. So, what's the problem then? They're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. Yeah, you would know about that, Gregor. Then Rhodes Island's goal has to be...
Yes, it is important to develop a cure for erypathy, but I think what really matters is that we change the circumstances for the better for the infected. That's not going to be an easy endeavor, though. That is what gives your effort more meaning. I hope you can achieve that goal, Amiya. I really do.
No, for truth! The city, this world. We both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we?
What kind of world did you come from? This city?
What kind of place is this city anyway? The kind of place with too many pointless rules? The kind of place where the moment you think, isn't this too much, you see something even worse? Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single positive thing about the city. The sinners seemed to be in agreement, as most of what came after was quite scathing. The kind of place where good deeds rarely ever go unpunished, where sympathy's a good attitude to have if you like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. It's a shithole. It's an irrational place, full of absurdities. Absurdity is an omnipresence. Therefore, it is not a subject by which one should be aggrieved. We can at least grouse about them, though. I mean, it's the only thing we can do. It would be more correct to experience more and acclimatize oneself to it instead of complaining. You did say something like that last time. Just as the mood was starting to turn rather sour, Don Quixote's shout shattered through the awkwardness. Verily, nary a day goeth by untarnished by villains and their fell deeds. Yet worry thee not, for where evil riseth, so doth the fixers of justice to... Don Quixote jumped from her seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and the sound of small pebbles tumbling down.
Don Quixote, watch out!
Whoa! Hello? And from behind the wall, she accidentally broke down. An unfamiliar visage of a villager appeared and stared back at Don Quixote. It appears that she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. How farest thou? Farest thy foot, you gotta apologize first. Last seemed a tad too hyper today. Apologies, for I hardly expected the wall to crumble with such ease. Art thou unhurt? Any injuries? To? Pray tell, to what?
Forget the apology, I just want to know what happens next. The Fixers of Justice rose up to do what?
Hast thou come to hear the tale of Fixers?
I don't know about coming to us, given how Miss Don Quixote was the one who punched the wall down. Is it too late an hour? I don't mind waiting till morning if you want to sleep.
Nay, not at all. 'Tis quite early an hour for tales, in fact. Prithee, seat thyself here. You ungovernable fool! Calm down, we don't even know who she is. And don't you forget to share those fixer tales over there in the corner to not disturb our sleep. Thou makest a request most untenable. These tales deserve to be announced to the world with great gusto, from the center.
Yeah, that's the best way to hear those kinds of stories, but we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. Name's Mayers. How should I put this? Did you meet the village chief earlier during the day? He's my gramps.
That nice guy? So you had a granddaughter. Yet I have not seen you once, Miss Mayers, under the sun.
Oh my, you're right. I thought the village was completely dried of any young blood. Like Verdia said, while we didn't see Mayers out there wasn't anyone else in the village we could comfortably call young. You're telling me Gramps was worrying over nothing and told me to stay put inside, going on and on about the dangers that the outsiders pose and everything. It seems that they do not give full faith to their saviors.
Drink.
There are things you cannot share even with whom you trust with your life, though I would like to know why.
Otis is Don's #1 hater.
Yes.
That became quite clear in the canto.
My, so there are a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village? No, there isn't anyone around my age in the village at all. If that's the case, I guess I can understand why he'd be overprotective. Anyway, it's our turn. We are... I'm good. I heard enough to get an idea.
You did? Oh, pray, how didst thou hear us? Via a listening device most secret upon our chamber?
Chamber? Mayers tapped the side of the wall, the part of it that was still standing anyway, and smiled ironically. Bad soundproofing. I could hear pretty much everything. Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote practically sang during the day. Verily, I see.
I think you could really do with some sense of embarrassment for once.
Well, I guess that's good enough for self-introductions, so... Care to regale me with a tale of fixers who bring justice to the evils of the city?
She has the eyes. The eyes of Don. Indubitably. Then, aha, this shall do. I shall regale thee with a tale in which the legendary fixture, the Arch-Magnificence herself, the Red Mist.
Bait used to be believable. Holy shit, is that the Red Mist? But don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay no matter how noisy things are?
What? Do you take me for some kind of hibernating bear or something? Look, even I have trouble sleeping with there's noise all over.
Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me.
Bruh.
I'd say bear in hibernation is a pretty apt descriptor. For all that grumbling and moaning, he dozed off before any of us did.
Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched the ground, some other sitters were fast asleep as well. Merceau had entered sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine, while Faust laid claim to one of the few available cloth sheets as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners, who had spent the entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land, slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fixers of the Swai Association's first section. Through the night, though the night was no longer young, Don Quixote was still vigorously sharing the tales of adventures without even a single sign of fatigue. She's not determined to do this until sunrise, is she? Ooh! I guess it's okay, since Mary seems to be having fun. As I continued to watch the pair with some mild concern, Amia, not yet asleep, approached me.
This city Miss Don Quixote speaks of seems to be teeming with fixers of justice and exhilarating tales of adventures. Did you actually experience all of that yourself?
No, of course not. Don Quixote's stories are usually those of other famous people.
But she's telling it with such vigor that
It almost sounds like she was there herself. Well, I guess if you really want to get into it, some of them might be retelling of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ishmael replied uncertainly, thinking back to plays we were made to watch back in La Mancha Land. I like that they said there may be spoilers for future content, and then they're just spoiling all of the content. Like, they're not even trying to not do that. They're just like, yeah, we're just going to spoil everything, actually. I think all those stories, even though they're only partially true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it can be. We wouldn't need fixers of justice to begin with if we really lived in a just world, right? A really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without someone having to force it.
That's true. I hope there'll come a day when Rhodes Island can be a normal pharmaceutical company in the future.
Something wrong? Nope, I just thought Miss Mayers and I made eye contact. Did she overhear our conversation? I looked her direction as well, but all I saw was Mayers excitedly reacting to Don Quixote's tales.
Well, what happened then?
Thus spake Lady Otis, boldly before the soldiers who stood in our path. Thou presumeth to stand in our path, servants of a master most unworthy. I, Otis, shall educate ye on how manner maketh. Don Quixote was now retelling the stories of Limbus Company's adventures in Hongyan, and Otis, who could no longer stand Don Quixote's unintentional alterations of the story, jumped to her feet and shouted, "Damn it! What kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that." Verily, certain aspects of this retelling may have been exaggerated.
That's tales of adventures for you. Things are bound to get a bit dry when the story is told too realistically and as is, right? You know, nothing, not even anything resembling a proper record or a book, remained once the profound silence swept through this village. So I've always had a craving for these kinds of stories. But Iberia doesn't stop Iberians from emigrating, contrary to their tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? It's still a challenge to cross the border, especially since we're going to have to pass through larger cities that are managed by the Inquisition.
You don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that?
That's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and fled.
Sorry, but what kind of organization is this Inquisition? Could you give me the Arknights lore? Please! I'm really curious, and people need to play Arknights after this collab. Sinclair asked, face turning cold upon hearing the word Inquisition. Oh, well, that too. I kinda completely forgot about that, actually. I thought they were just pushing in more lore. But no, I guess that would make sense. Yeah, the Nagelund Hammer we saw back at Call aren't the kind of memories that are so easily forgotten. According to Dr. Calcit,
the Inquisition is what filled the power vacuum when Siberia fell into chaos. That its inquisitors are the rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of Iberia's cities from lawlessness.
That alone kind of makes them sound like good people, though. Yeah, they are, but there's the Church of the Deep.
The Inquisition will go whatever lengths to deal with incidents related to the church that worships Seaborns.
Fie! An organization that worships those monsters? It seems that cultish fanaticism is a plague wherever we go. I feel like people with all kinds of wrong faiths and beliefs are so common. See, the Seaborns are the ones that messed Iberia up, so following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who seems even remotely connected to them.
Are you saying that Iberia is like this because of the Seaborns?
Those things from earlier? I guess they were kind of troublesome to deal with, but they didn't seem that strong.
Anyways, it's just what I heard from Gramps, but the Inquisition executed many innocent people too in their crusade against the Church of the Deep.
For those who proclaim to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such a villainy. It seems like a reasonable policy decision to me. But it must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of civilians. I guess I have to think about the civilians. Didn't do that in the Smoke War. Back in my day, the civilians were just casualties. Collateral damage. I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family died. You must have had to endure such a long period of pain. I know exactly how you feel. To be able to say something like that with such composure.
For Iberia, they are heroes who will bring back the land to its glory days. But to Gramps, they were just oppressors making his life difficult. That's why we come all together here, fleeing from the Inquisition's gaze.
Yet, wherefore hast thou decided to settle at a place that is so... run down? Indeed.
Yeah, I know, but it's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, we managed to find a new path thanks to you guys.
A new path?
Well, it's getting late. Will you be repairing the ship tomorrow too?
This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh?
Good talk, everyone. Hope we'll get another chance to do this tomorrow too.
After seeing Mayors to her own room, the other sinners, those who were still up anyway, and I laid ourselves on the hard stone floor with only a thin layer of cloth between it and our backs. A mysterious world that is neither the city nor the outskirts. But it seemed that the lives of its people led were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. Ain't that the truth, Dante? Okay, combat time. Here we go. Combat. Okay. Equip. Command meltdown.
이번엔 어떤 실험인가요?
You.
죽음께서
이번엔 어떤 실험인가요?
시험해볼 기회구려.
함께. 이번엔
준비는 항상 되어
And
있습니다.
you.
자, 의뢰로군.
Yeah.
자, 의뢰로군.
불꽃을
Let's go.
피우겠소.
It's so big! That's what she said.
Amazing! I didn't know there were remaining vessels of this class in Iberia.
Aha! I espy her name there. 'Tis called by the name Rebellion de las Masas.
Rebellion de las Masas. Revolt of the Masses, is it? A name very much mired in peculiarity indeed.
Honglu chimed in that he was rather fond of it, with its size being about the same as the boat from his home, while Ishmael quickly jumped in to correct us that its size alone wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but it was still pretty big compared to Mephi or the Indigo Elder's skiff. They're going out of their way to spoil shit. Like, are you for real right now? Dante, did you really have to think about the Indigo Elder there? Whatever. I thought I was going to be somewhere around Mephi's size. I just feel bad for people who haven't played the entire story yet. But I'm just gonna drop it now because I don't care. For myself. I thought it was going to be somewhere around Mephi's size at most. Are you sure you can get this ship fixed in a day or two? As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of the time-consuming repairs had already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repair efforts only concerns a few components within the vessel that the villagers could not repair, which shouldn't take us much time. Unless parts that are unfamiliar to Faust are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine, remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust. Yeah, why would you even compare it to that in the first place? Despite Oda's confident declaration, I could not help but feel oddly unsettled as I looked at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here for too long. Still, please be thorough about it, just in case. I'd rather not sit on a sinking ship again. The experience at the Great Lake was enough. Do not worry, Dante. Unlike Mephistopheles, most functions of this vessel, buoyancy gear, propellers, steering gear, are all in operational capacity. This repair should be much easier than the case with Mephistopheles. They seem confident enough. It should be safe this time around, right?
Are we taking that rope to climb up to the ship?
No, there's a lift-like apparatus down here. It should take us up.
Its stability was verified yesterday. Let us board the lift.
You're 100% certain, right?
The boat is afloat right now, Dante. I don't think it'll be sinking anytime soon.
Wouldn't that be nice? Oi, are you two just going to waff about down there? We're heading up now. No, we're going with you. As I made my way into the vessel's bridge, I was greeted by the extravagant interior that was as gaudy as its exterior. This isn't real gold, is it? Sure, it's shiny as heck in here. I've got butterflies in my stomach. A.S. Aesthetically satisfying, she says. But too ostentatious. Not quite my style. Our young Mephi is also quite the excellent vessel, yet imagine the adventures we could embark on aboard this vessel most lavishly decorated. As Faust and Otis were working on one of the control panels, Ishmael walked up to another and interfaced with it before giving a knowing nod. This must have been an investigative or research vessel of sorts, but it does seem a bit extravagant for one of those, though. Look, coordinates. Updating in real time, it seems. The coordinates seem to have been set to somewhere out in the middle of the ocean. Maybe it points to a small islet? Nope, no islet there. Whack! Blimey, lass! You sure know how to sneak up on people. Mayors? What? Did I actually surprise you? I did ask if you guys were gonna come fix the boat today. Still, I didn't know you'd be here. Why are the coordinates set to this location?
There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates, collectively known as Aegir.
Gramps' home.
I see.
Understood. What was understood, if I may ask?
It is now understood why the promise to repair the ship was sufficient to earn their trust and the title of saviors.
What's she on about? Someone get translated.
Consolidating and cross-referencing the observed particular circumstances of the village and the statements from the village chief, alongside information garnered from the exchange with mayors, it is possible to gauge the significance this ship's repairs has to the local populace. Of course, while this may constitute a sequence of logical connections that poses a certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend, okay. Relax. To employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in more digestible language would constitute the pursuit of inefficiency. Lower the baton, I implore you. I shall explain it in full. I was wondering when Miss Smartass would start gabbing like that again. So what's she on about? What's she on about? What's she on about, mate? Tell me what she on about. I'm Australian now. Crikey! Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulder with a sigh. Look at this fucking sea terror, mate. Fucking massive. It's massive jaws. You don't see this shit every day. A brief observation of the village seemed to suggest their subsistence situation was quite dire. Much of their daily sustenance consisted of dried food. Oh, sorry, I had to. I had to bring out the Australian. Very exaggerated and not at all accurate. I just want to make that clear.
Considering what Scotty said about how the coastal areas are full of danger, maybe those dried seafood aren't from around here either.
Maybe it's food they packed when they first came to Ferro Muerto. Ferro Muerto.
Some villagers were armed, yeah. And those sea terrors weren't exactly that formidable, but given the state the villagers are in, I doubt they'd have an easy time repelling those monsters.
Indeed. And that brings us to the question of sustenance.
Right, I get what's going on here. The lass and her granddad are about to visit their hometown, and they're trying to get some food supplies from there to feed the villagers. And to convince them, they're planning to use the fact they're from the same neck of the woods, or sea, I guess.
Oh, so we're not just repairing their ship, we're repairing their food supply plant too. What's wrong?
While the expressions were rather crude, Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The sinners stared at him with a mild surprise. And I did too. What's with them annoying looks? Wait. Oh, you motherfuckers! You don't think I'm that dim-witted, do you?
Top-notch intuition.
It's just that it's been a while since you've shown this side of yourself. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition has always been excellent, and he'd often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed. You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for, I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? Oi! Get back here, you Now with those fools out of the conversation, was he correct? Otis looks away from the usual chaos and asks, Mayors, honestly, I'm surprised. He was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village. At this rate, we won't last another year. I don't trust you. I don't trust you or your grandpa. I know how these stories go.
But the Aegir will. I'm sure they'll welcome us with open arms. I don't want to come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they'll welcome the others too? Unlike mayors or chief, they're not Aegir. Aegir. I believe they will. Iberia suspects and hates the Aegir for no other reason that we're from the sea, but our home cannot have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. Prithee, might thou explain to us who the Aegir are? I had initially thought it to be a reference to a region, yet it also seems to refer to an affiliation of sorts. Maybe there's something like Nest Dwellers, though I don't think I've heard of a Nest that accepts Backstreet's people with open arms. Or maybe there used to be some rich folk? If they call them Nest Toffs Aegir here, then does that make the rabbit-eared lass Aegir too? Wait, in the world you came from, do they not distinguish between races? That is not entirely true. Delineation between races is a concept that does exist. Though I only saw them in the Fathoms. There were those terrifying things called the cuckoo spawns. However, as a general rule, it can be said that humans should be the only intelligent life forms in this city. The people of Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on their race, like my caddis ears. And I've got pointed ears because I'm an Aegir, though it's not a characteristic every Aegir shares. Closest idea to what they are discussing appeareth to be, Dokyoda seemed to be struggling to finish her sentence. Merceau stepped in to continue. By context clues and the manner of word usage, including the means of classification, the closest example in our world would be blood fiends. Similar external appearances to humans, different natures, comparable sapiens. 'Tis of my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature that maketh the coexistence with humans difficult. It may be that the Aegir are also... Yeah, we don't have racism in the city. At least not in that way, I guess. I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult, but they're probably rare. We have other forms of prejudice, like monetary and prosthetics. Then wherefore are they made subjects of suspicion and hatred? That's... yeah. Well, the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty familiar to the city folk like us.
Think of feathers of fallen wings, kids born in the back streets, people who replace their body parts with prosthetics. The form differs, yet in its essence we find the thread. Something about how we keep finding these similarities in the way of our lives, despite finding ourselves in a distant world with different rules, races, and humans, felt oddly discomforting. The point is, you guys are doing us a real solid by fixing up the ship. The city only has light racism, that's true. Let's move on from those gloomy conversations, okay? I want to show you the cooler parts of this ship. This way. The ship tour may have to wait. The repairs are almost completed, but an issue has arisen. Issue? That's not reassuring at all.
Multiple lifeforms identified ahead, assumed to be a sea terror horde. The ship's radar system seems to suggest that the vessel is surrounded. They're the same monsters from yesterday.
Executive Manager, please order us to prepare for battle. Damn it, are they the sea terrors you encountered? They look a bit different, but yeah, probably. There's a lot of them, but if our last experience tells us anything, we should be able to handle this. Amiya, please support us in battle like you did yesterday. Canst thou fight, young mayors?
I feel like I'm just gonna get in your way.
Then, guys, find a place to keep mayors as far as possible from the battle. Then let's hurry down there. We don't want them damaging the ship any further. Okay, well, this is all very neat right now. It's like a cultural exchange moment. Very neat. Hello, Shell Sea Runner. Good to see you. Nothing special. Wow. Go for it. Chicken butt. They fit perfectly in the Limbus art style. It's kind of crazy. Like how good of a fit this is.
순식간에 끝내죠. 보냈고. 격발, 안심, 고통.
That's kind of funny. It really costs 111, huh? That's like insane how cheap that is. Go for it, Gregor. Huge. Sword time. Okay, well, I do want to see it. It's not optimal time to use it, but I do want to see what it looks like. You bastard. Go for it. Massive. It's that's funny that the line is cut off if you don't get all of the reuses of the coin. That's very hilarious, actually. But that did a lot of damage already. That did 232 damage, and that was 2 coins, and one of them hit tails. That's actually insane. Small tide.
제가 앞에서
Like, that did a stupid amount of damage for being only 2 hits. Hi. Welcome to the stream. We're gaming. Oh wait, was that a fucking... Hold on. Hold up. I see you there, Leviathan. $500. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought actually would happen. I had a prediction that they would use counters and then activate. Because that's how they work in Arknights. When in standby state, does not use attack skills until taking damage. Yeah. Combat ready. Ooh. That's pretty rough. And then it takes damage all the time. Yeah. Cool. And 3 nervous impairment. Yeah. I'm not looking forward to whatever the fuck this means. Huh. They're nervous impairing right now.
순식간에 끝내죠. 제가 묻었네요.
I think that's really cool though.
소각되었습니다.
Basin Sea Reaper. I wasn't expecting to see one this early, to be honest. They're horrible to fight in Arknights. So I was worried they were gonna be terrible here too, and it seems they are.
매달고 불태워봐라. 끝끝내 곁가 하나 남지 않도록.
Goose. Alright. Sword.
진행하겠습니다. 걷잡을 수 없이 타올라라.
She is close to exploding.
눈부시지 않도록 두려워하지 마.
Oops.
다음은 어디로? 끝내. 전수하리 하우시게.
It's going okay. Oh man,
단번에
I don't have enough to use it. Well, I didn't want to anyway. Go for it. I really like you, Sinclair. I think it's probably my favorite Heisho.
Mission accomplished. The remaining entities have all returned to sea. Is everyone okay?
It was just like our last skirmish. Sea terrors that had surrounded the ship returned to sea even before the battle came to an end. And their retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to be just running away. I wonder if bleed damage will give Gregor the light sword effect from his new eco? Oh, I think it's just damage from getting hit, as I understood it. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. We're doing peachy, but what about the ship? Fao, is the ship okay?
Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operational capabilities.
Phew. So, I noticed during the battle, I might be wrong of course, but I think I noticed how around the end of the battle those monsters were starting to go after the manager? You're probably right, actually. I noticed too. At some point during our battle, those monsters realized that it's the manager who's commanding the rest of us. I sensed the very same. Their movements were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like them? You think bleed counts? I feel like that must be an error then, because that doesn't seem like what the text says, because that makes Priest Gregor very good. There ain't much of a question in it. They must have all gone mental. I'm sure they've had their many reasons, but Seaborns are beings of infinite potential. So much so that there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or new element, they transform themselves into other Seaborns. Maybe that's their draw. That fascination may be an attitude most befitting a researcher, yet the transformation of fascination into idolatry is, if I may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. They just remind me of whales. Then, can they adapt to learn a language to communicate with us? Let's not talk about that. What? Going by everything we heard, I think they sound really smart. Mayer's eyes went around at Honglu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. I heard that there was a Seaborn who could talk. If non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testament to their intelligence, I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One, to communicate with humans, and the other, to deceive humans. More often than not, it's the latter. What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are phenomena in which humans transform into monstrous forms, first observed after the White Knights and Dark Days incident. Therefore, that example is irrelevant to Otis's supposition. White Knights and Dark Days? She whispered quietly, but as we were standing rather close to her, we all caught on to the hint of joy in her voice. The Pillar of Light in the city. Did it really? How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Mayers? Oh, that's... Ain't it obvious? We got the culprit right here. The storyteller lass who's been gabbing on with no end. Yeah, she's been talking non-stop all morning about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Yet I have not gotten that far. You again? You didn't get so lost in your own stories that you blabbed all about our company's secrets, have you? Nay, fie, I would simply not. I'm suspicious. My suspicions are being suspiciously confirmed right now. I am continuing to be suspicious. As Don Quixote was subject to yet another round of scolding, Amia stared out towards the sea, wary that sea terrors might start crawling to the surface once again before turning towards us.
I wonder which of the two the Seaborns are.
Their sense of self is really, really faint, so I don't think they'd be in either category. I think it's possible that they learned human language out of instinct, that the power of speech might help them survive. It appears... Oi, mate, you got a problem with my Heathcliff voice? You got a problem with me? It appears that you, Miss Mayers, are quite the expert on the subject of seaborns. Your knowledge of them goes beyond what fear for one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. Do you, by any chance, worship the Seaborns? I don't worship Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desire for survival.
Miss Mayers, does that mean if Seaborns were somehow able to hope?
Maybe so. Is that so?
The repairs are complete.
That was very fast. As we were conversing, Faust descended from the ship with a neatly organized set of tools borrowed from the village. Repairs completed. I'm guessing repairs are done. Why the fuck would you say done? Dante, are you insane? Yes, the ship is ready to set sail. Did you have a departure time and date in mind? I would prefer if we could depart as soon as possible. We don't have a set time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail this late afternoon at the earliest. That soon? As you've seen, we don't have a lot to bring with us. Haha! By the way, how far out to sea do you guys need to go? We need to find this dimensional door of sorts.
I could see the dimensional door's light from the beach at night. It was faint, but given how the light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters.
So, we can go back tonight? The first order of business is to relay this news to the villagers. Yeah, back to the village for now.
앞에 나선 보람이 있었구려.
Sick.
그 어느 때보다 뜨겁게 타올랐어.
How did I not notice that it's playing Arknights victory music? You've got to be kidding me. I think I didn't notice because I've been playing Arknights recently, so I'm just used to this being the victory music. Oh no, there's gonna be an Inquisitor. That might be rough, actually. Okay.
There's something going on in the village.
I hear it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering. When we returned to the village, ship repairs completed, we were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me there were approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Who's that over there?
Inquisitor. I think we've been found.
Wow, they're cooking. The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. The sword and the lamp hanging from her waist sits in stark contrast with the more run-down, ramshackle village. She almost looked like a fixer from the city. So, the Inquisition has discovered our village.
Did you really think that you could forever stay out of the Inquisition's gaze, citizen? That's a naive dream. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under charges of suspicion of membership within the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Salt Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you have been identified next to pirates in its frings. It's a very you design, to be fair. It has your color scheme. From a criminal to an outlaw, what a dramatic evolution of your career. But it ends here. Now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition.
They have never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me.
They've disregarded the Inquisition's authority, evaded the gaze of Iberia, and found the sodden coast to lurk in. Tell me I'm not supposed to find that suspicious.
What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left and right with a tenuous suspicion like that. You shouldn't.
We only wish to live a quiet life, ma'am. Is that so? Then you might find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling the truth. Which is not an option for you, Fabius. Mayors, was Chief really a pirate?
Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while.
And even when he ran with pirates, all he ever did was share Finby's jerky to villages. or carry Agerians between them. Even if you're telling the truth, Mayors, I doubt the Inquisition will be lenient. Well, what now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures? I don't know. Excuse me. I don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Dr. Calcit told us the words of the Inquisitors were pretty much the law here. It is likely that she is following the proper legal procedures. The procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from, after all. Then it is decided. Otis quietly dragged me to the side and whispered outside Mayor's earshot. The sinners who were right next to me seemed to have picked it up, though. Executive Manager, we best immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict.
What? Are you seriously suggesting that we just let them arrest the villagers? Are you fucking bonkers, mate?
Didn't you hear what the Inquisitor said? It seemed quite cut and dry to me. If this is just standard procedure with no local laws broken, we are in no place to involve ourselves. Our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that too. We can't do that, even if it's standard procedure, even if they're working with the law. It's not... You stayed up to hear Mayor's stories too, didn't you? You know, the N-Corp Inquisitors were working within the law too, when they came for the village. That was standard procedure too. If anyone had stepped in then... I know what you went through, but I'd still rather not take a risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I will try my best to figure out how to sail that ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Ishmael to quickly learn its controls. I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean currents here, Otis. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee that we'll reach the dimensional door without any trouble. Do you know anything about the sea currents in this region? Not much, but I know the coastal sea somewhat. And you can't fight the Inquisitors directly here in Iberia. Fleeing with the ship might be the better option. What should we do, Dante? I guess it's kind of awkward for us to just take the ship and go, huh? How about we try to talk to the Inquisitor, then? That's gonna go well. I think we should at least try to hear them out first. Them being the Inquisitor and the Chief both. If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisition's support. Like Mr. Honglu said, we should hear them out first, then try to convince them. I agree with them both. First, let's at least see what the Inquisitor has to say. R&R. Rabbit's right, she says. Are you certain that translation was accurate, Sinclair? Right? There's no way Ryoshu would choose anything other than violence, right? Idiots. It's because the other options are pointless. Inquisitor's seen us. We are already under suspicion. She will doubtless try to stop us if we flee now. So talk first, lower her guard, then attack. Pretty sure that's not what Amiya meant. Well, if she's already onto us, then we shouldn't give her any excuse to attack us by running away. I was wondering what you were doing there, lurking in the background. A clock-shaped head. Are you from the Columbian Union? They're wearing a clock for a head due to reasons, but they have nothing to do with the Columbian Union. What's the Columbian Union? Tick-tock. What? Which language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone this village.
You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding.
Shut up. Shut up, Sinclair. I gave you your voice, and I still want you to shut up. I'm quite certain you don't know enough about these villagers to stand between them and an inquisitor. How long have you been staying here?
2 days?
Buddy, don't just tell her that. 2 days? Alright, enough of this chicanery. This chicanery! Get out of my way, outsider. The attempt appears to have been made on quite the unstable ground.
Please lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I am Amia, leader of Rhodes Island. Yes, I am aware of Iberia's closed border situation.
I felt hope swelling within me as Amia began with confidence, unlike Sinclair. Alas, it was short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Oh, so not only are we dealing with outsiders of dubious origin, we have illegal entry as well.
We had to, because the issue demands urgency and...
I've been briefed. Brazenly crossed the border, didn't you? I don't know how urgent that issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and its Inquisition. The High Inquisitor is handling the Rhodes Island issue. Stay put and await the consequences while he and that chatty med doctor of yours talk it out. Do you know that your treatment may depend on her negotiation skills?
As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him, as he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of an interrogation and has been sailing with the pirates. However, it is an inhumane treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well.
Inhumane? This decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They've lived for years right next to that highly suspicious Aegir. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them as well to verify whether they have committed any acts of treason against our laws. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen, they've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without the protection of the Inquisition, and that simply cannot make sense.
What? I think I've heard enough from you. Ain't it funny? Ain't it funny how you're blaming them for what's essentially a failure of your responsibilities? And now you roll up here, only to go, they shouldn't be alive. I'm arresting them all. What? Are you saying these people should all be dead or something?
I am. There's no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this. Not for this long. The Inquisitor's reply only seemed to fan Heathcliff's wrath as he lifted his bat and began striding forward.
That's it. Lass, if you ever so much as touch the tip of a single village's hair.
Please calm yourself, Heathcliff. But Honglu stepped in between them.
Get your bloody hands off me. I've had enough of her.
Continuing to threaten her will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself, Heathcliff.
What do you suggest, then? We're clearly not making any progress by trying to talk this out.
Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor. What do you mean that people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? I mean it literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, they should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' end at the inevitability of the calamity. But they look too healthy. Heck, shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive through so much hardship? I'm an Inquisitor. I'm not some crazy person on a power high who goes around accosting and arresting civilians of Iberia straight to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time or the energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. I promise them a fair judgment, whichever way that might be, after a proper investigation. So stop it with this obstruction of justice. The Inquisitor brandished her rapier threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration.
Dante, without the full picture of the circumstances, Faust advises against further antagonization of a local political authority.
I agree with Faust.
I get the feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents, like Miss Mayers told us about earlier.
I don't think she's anything like the Inquisitors of Encorp we saw back at Call. They were right. We didn't have the full picture of the circumstances. I don't know, the Inquisitors are pretty crazy. Getting in the way of an Inquisitor who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area was most likely a bad idea. It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your questions. Continue to obstruct me, then. As this standoff was showing no signs of ending. Miss Mayers? I can answer your questions, so for now, let's do as the Inquisitor says. Mayers, who had been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village, suddenly stepped forward. Yet, what of thy grandfather and the villagers? It's alright. I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitor doesn't know. What do you mean you'll answer the questions? About the profound silence. Mayer's response to Otis was but a single concept. I didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. That's what they call the calamity that destroyed Iberia. You don't say. How intriguing. Spinning clock. Are they gonna get to see us do a bit of time rewind? And they're gonna be like, what the fuck is happening? How can you do that shit? Ugh. Sorry, I need to stretch a bit. I need to stand up and stretch. Ugh. I've had a pretty long day, to be honest, but I was holding out my energy because I needed to play this tonight. Because I won't exactly be able to go online, like, at all, without probably seeing spoilers. Decades ago, a great wave ravaged through Iberia. It wasn't long before the seaborns carried by the waves diminished Iberia's brilliant civilization to this. The waves, the profound silence then must have reduced the village to its current state as well. Is there any reason it's called the profound silence? It doesn't seem to be the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like that. It's because the sea went dead silent before the waves came. The silence then claimed ships out at sea, then the cities of Iberia, then the Iberians. No one could say a word in face of the inevitable calamity. Just what are you? No average Iberian citizen should be privy to any of the information you're sharing. And the Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence. They pretend to be Aegir from the sea, delude the citizenry of Iberia, and are sowing chaos in her lands. So that's why they're arresting the Aegir left and right. And you can see the thought process, but So it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us. Dante! This isn't good. Sharing that seems to be some kind of taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. It's almost like a taboo! The Inquisitor wordlessly stared at Mayers. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but she's afraid. There was fear in the face of a threat. Not the fear of the terrified, no. It's the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. The High Inquisitor told me that, should I come across an Aegir who knows too much, there is a sliver of a chance that they may be of assistance to Iberia. Cease! Thou art threatening the innocent with thy brandishing of the firearm! But most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus they are, with little doubt, our foes. I've got a bad feeling about this. Get out of my way, outsider. Final warning. Run! Quick on the uptake as always, Rhodia slung Mayers over her shoulder and ran past the villagers, while the sinners scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. Cool. Cool art, cool. That's some dynamic posing on Dawn right there. Look at that shit. Good job, Niga. I didn't think you could pose... I didn't think you could pose them like that. The Inquisitor draws her firearm. And in the midst of all that action, Don Quixote rushed towards the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. Don Quixote? Thou shalt go no further. I, a fixer of justice, shan't abide by as thou persecute them. Forsooth, 'tis a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable. In that moment of crisis, seconds before this could irrevocably make us a new enemy. Monster. Massive legend here. Hello, Kalstit. That's crazy. A large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster bursts forth from between the two of them. Who is it this time? Oh my god. She is beautiful. In the Limbus art style. That's enough meaningless bickering.
Dr. Calstit!
Do you know her?
Yes, she's Dr. Calstit, Rhodes Island's medical department's.
Dr. Calstit, behind you! Shoot first, talk later, is it? The negotiations are over. From this moment onward, Rhodes Island is now operating within legal capacity on Iberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization. The Inquisitor fired a blast of that firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Calstit managed to deflect it. And the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the wall of the building we stayed the night in, before punching through several other buildings behind it. That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. That penetrated a building. Though their walls may be weaker than the head standard for what counts as a building's exterior wall, to punch through so many is... what a precise point it makes. Oh, right! Destroying buildings is a taboo. I kind of forgot about that. So that must have kind of been like... that's a taboo of the head. Genuinely. That's crazy. Now's not the time to stand around impressed. It is a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power. That too! I forgot about that. It's a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. We're not in the city. Don't lose your head over this. Taboos don't apply here. My head knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. Yeah, because I think if you did that in the city, with a gun that could do that, I think a claw would be there within T-minus like 5 seconds. That's like an instant way to call a claw. It would just appear and then you would die. And probably everyone in the vicinity would also be killed, for good measure. That is enough of that discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand instead of deliberating on a taboo the jurisdiction of which does not reach this far. Yes, so. You shoot a crazy-ass gun and the last thing you see is the bullet hole your gun left behind. Yeah. So, the situation's gotten slightly better, right? If she's Ami's friend, she's our ally. Besides, she's got some super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thing too. Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment, but I'm not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination, ally, might not be entirely correct. However, if I must define my allegiance, then let me inform you that the closest label would be that I am Inquisitor Irene's ally.
Dr. Calstit!
Amia, outsiders. As much as you would like to deny it, the Inquisitor's suspicions are true. While it can be said that the process by which she reached the conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself is, without a doubt, correct. So they're actually connected to the Church of the Deep? That is one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep, they are the Church of the Deep.
Perhaps the village itself is a dilapidated church of their congregation. Our village? A church? Just look at our buildings. Where would we even congregate? Your thoughts, Faust? There are not many resources by which we may analyze the decision. However, the fact that Amiya's colleague has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the accused's defense into question. Yet, I can hardly believe that young Mayers is lying to us. Hold on, you've been chatting plenty with that Inquisition or whatever. How do we know you weren't aligned with them the whole time? I see. You really are all entirely in the dark. An expected outcome, given that all of you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. As fortune should have it, there is no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is truth unchanging, without the acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. Besides, soon... I'm sorry. It seems that we've mired you in this trouble. Say no such thing. We shall not abide by as such one injustice is perpetrated before our eyes. The village has already been identified by the Inquisition, and the Inquisition has even brought an ally. It seems quite unlikely that word shall resolve this conflict. But we promise you, we will take responsibility for what is done. We have benefited far too much from your warmth and kindness not to do so. The village chief, with a benevolent look, pulls a dagger from his cloth, and I immediately knew what Calcit was about to say. Take responsibility? You don't have to go that far! No, it's, I think the logic that has been stated in Limbus, or at least implied, is that someone with a gun could much more easily kill someone of a higher power level. And the head is very, very, very obsessed with keeping the rule of power, of might makes right. And for someone who is relatively low rank to be able to kill someone of high rank, if they had a really strong firearm, would kind of go against the entire philosophy of the head. And I think that's the problem. It's not that they don't want to deal with artillery, because I think they could definitely deal with artillery. And I think the ranged kills is for pussies mentality is just kind of what people have assumed that the reason is, but it's definitely not. Yeah. Because, I mean, if they actually had, like, good guns, which they don't, then yeah. But it's hard to believe that an artillery or logic bullet could not pierce a building. Which is kind of funny, but I guess it can't. Okay, we're getting murdered anyway. We are now departing for the sea. Yet as we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here, I must ask you to join us for this journey. Become our bloodkin. What are you doing? Stop! Unanticipated, or perhaps I was simply in denial of this rising dread, ambush did not end here. Damn it, the Inquisitor was right. The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they had concealed in their clothes, and it seemed that they were coming for me as well. Amiya, on your left! Amiya materialized a black ribbon-like apparition, parrying away the dagger flying in my direction. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. The charging villager's back made a visceral, crunchy noise. Someone flung them away! Didn't mean to be this late. Scotty, let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation. This fishy smell was what I went to investigate earlier. What about the sinners? Unlike Amiya and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we had a silver lining in that the Inquisitor and Calcit's quick understanding of the situation and the subsequent retaliation led the villagers away from the sinners. How? I didn't notice any hostility or aggression. What an odd thing to say.
Why would we hold any animosity against you? Why would we intend to kill you? We are not trying to hurt you. We are simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Until we were obstructed. I apologize, for our unfamiliarity has caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make a big stink about what happened. What's truly unforgivable is that the heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And even if you are outsiders, any lives lost on Iberian soil are my responsibility. It's my fault. I'm sorry it came to this. Wait, lives lost? We're still alive, you know. We can shake off a stab wound like... This is most unfortunate, outsider. Huh? What? Your friends are either going to die or turn into seaborns. The daggers that stabbed them were laced with the flesh of sea terrors. Once that happens, most die, and the survivors become overwritten by their cells, becoming nothing more than another sea monster. Turn the clock, Dante! What? That's not a very big deal. Everyone was acting like this was it for the sinners, but hey, I should be able to deal with this just by turning back the clock. It's not that bad. My only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they're fully transformed into seaborns. The Golden Bow helped to deal with the whale's palidification effects, but I had no idea how it would interact with seaborn transformations. He's like, well, like, Dante, that's not that bad, actually. I can just heal them. We should just kill them before they turn. I know this must be very hard for you, but what? We should just kill them. We should just kill them before they turn. I love Dante. They're so fucking ridiculous. Sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends? And preferably in the least painful way you know. Sorry, was the last part kinda too much to ask? Wait, don't give up already! If we bring them back to Rhodes Island, we should be able to do something to help them. How should I explain this? Guys, can you... Dante, I know what you mean, but I just can't right now. My strength has rapidly deteriorated since the ambush. It's kind of tingly too, so maybe they use some kind of paralytic cocktail. Just trust me this one time. I can assure you that I'm not just giving up on them. But, Amiya, can you understand the outsider's speech? Yes, it's just that they're making a pretty difficult request. They want me to kill all of their friends before they transform into seaborns. Okay. And before we even knew it, Scotty had already decapitated the sinners, none of whom resisted. Say less. Amiya seemed to have been taken aback by how fast Scotty jumped into action. What are you doing? Scotty, don't let this spook you. This is just how we roll. The clock turns. The decapitated heads creep towards the headless torsos, connecting with the threads of blood. The sensation is that of reversal. It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. Is this rewinding us, going back in time, or are we defying the concept itself? This pain is multifold worse than the sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense a deep, crushing isolation. Their wounds are disappearing. A resurrection, metempsychosis, or time reversal. Puzzling. I have no knowledge with which to interpret this technology. The cost seems to be that the pain is transferred to the one who rewinds, but that seems too small a price for such great power. Though the discussion of whether this can be categorized as power should be explored later. I couldn't stop shaking. All of my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude. Still, I took a moment to collect myself and ordered the sinners. Yo! Yo, they actually... oh my god, that looks awesome. Look at Dawn! Look at Dawn! Look at Dawn, that's so cool. Holy shit. Why is this art so cool? It locked in for the reversal. We haven't seen an art like that since Velmori, have we? I don't think we've seen like resurrection art in a while. And also not really Dante coping with the pain of it. I don't know just what they were thinking, but we should be able to find out once we take them down. You dare deceive the executive manager and try to take their life? Prepare thyself, for thou shalt now pay the price for making a mockery of justice. Yeah, we can't just let this slide, you know.
How unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins.
No. Amiya is just, what the heck? Swift cultist of the deep. Fabius.
Seaborn. Seaborn.
Okay. Encounter gain sea terror. Huge. This is the mini boss then. If now escapes. If an allied sinner has 5 stacks of this, it escapes the battlefield. Okay. Dipped blade. Gain, okay. Well, this should be fine, I think. Hold on, let me... Yeah, this is good music right here.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Uh-oh. Really? Really? I love you, Sinclair. I think that would be incredibly useless, Seaborn. TBH. Yeah. Okay, well, we're obviously struggling because they're gaining a lot of sanity and we're not. That's actually pretty rough. Huh.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Go for it, I guess. Not good. Oops. Oopsie daisy.
먹고 싶어.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
그렇지 않을 테지.
Okay, let's try this again. And let's not lose all of our clashes immediately. Mission failed.
다음에는 더 많이 불태울 거다. 너희가 마실 피 한 방울조차 남기.
Let's not lose all of our clashes instantly. That should give us a bit of an upper hand. Okay. Well, that's useless, so just do that. Win your clashes, please. Yeah, whatever. Just do that. This reminds me of something. It reminds me of another seafaring town. I think something Peckod. Something Peckod Town members. The only actually difficult regular enemies in the entire game. It's kind of funny that they just copied their whole deal. Oh, come on. Well, we're slightly better off. I believe in you. Oh, you really did not get a good starting hand here. Why did you roll a 2? Okay, there we go. Yeah, Peckod 2, but without Javelin. But it's fine. Limbus gameplay is all about luck. I believe. Huge. Like his sprites. Very cool. Huge. Oh, they are level 50. That's true. I thought this was hard mode. What is this? Baby game for babies? Well, you can't kill. Get rid of his friends. Kill them all. Nice. Sword time. He's kind of fast, actually. Yeah.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
I would never use Durante on a couple of NPCs.
끝내. 타오르시게.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마.
Charge. They turned my boy Greg into a charge character. Right of liberation. United will. Bruh. What the fuck are our speed ranges right now? Hold on. There you go, there you go, there you go, and that's fine. There we go. Easy game. I don't do daily EXP excavations. I barely play this game anymore. If I need EXP, I just skip.
타오르시게.
Ouch.
빈발 장전.
다음은 어디로?
I think this ego is gonna be a lot better in like long fights. I feel like that's kind of obvious, but
화격검.
like I feel like it's a bit too slow in fights like this when there's just a single focused enemy. Or, you know, a few of them. I think in fights where there are like waves and stuff, it's gonna be really good.
흐드러지게.
Especially since it refunds itself after you use it. Garden of Thorns... I think the only thing Garden of Thorns has going for it is that it looks cool. Mission accomplished. Wait, I think they're heading to... He's running himself into a dead end. Hold up. Are they seeking refuge at sea? Wait, that's where the ship is. That's where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel Masas. Wait, but we never told them that the ship was repaired, so how? Ain't it obvious? The whole village is in on it. It ain't a surprise that they'd send someone to spy on us. Well, they know a way to get the ship floating even in its broken state. Vessel? Masas? Yeah, Carlson had to take a little sip. My throat was dry. Vessel Rebellion de las Masas. That ship is moored at a port in that direction. Wait, it can't be. Irene, who was preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep who were in hiding, quickly gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship. Fuck! Slowly departing the harbor with a horde of sea terrors between us and them. How can a vessel of that size become operational this fast? I've never seen this expression. Is this a new Otis expression? What the fuck is this? Why are her eyes so big? This is uncanny. The exterior, the name, it must have been constructed during the golden age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? No way they made a custom Otis sprite in the fucking collab intervallo. What if we built a raft and rode after them? Mate, come on. Seas full of sea terrors. It won't get very far before it sinks. Do you see anything? Do you see something, Amiya? You keep looking in that direction. Oh. The vessel Masa soon disappeared into the mist, and the village was left empty, with nary a sign of people ever having been there, as though this getaway had all been predetermined, leaving only Mayors. Are we gonna have to fight you two? I don't trust you, still. I'm not sure if I should trust you or if I shouldn't, but I feel like I shouldn't trust you.
뜨겁게 타올랐어.
Okay, we're nowhere near getting Ishmael yet.
손에 익은 듯하오.
Ishmael. Three-way agreement. Wow, that was only node 7? This story is long. Yikes. Let's do a few polls to break up the tension, eh? Okay, actually, let's do it like this. Let's do it like this. Give me 6. 10 pull. Go for it. Give me blue, baby. Fuck. God damn it, Faust is very mouse. More. Are you kidding me? How many fucking golds have I gotten today? Intriguing. One more. Are you fucking for real right now? BLE song. Massive. Okay, well... At this point, I think I should just keep gambling. I'm not using this lunacy for anything else. You gotta be kidding me. Blue! Blue! And that means that it can only be Hong Lu. Because it's ego. There we go. Now I have everything. Massive. And with lunacy to spare. Very nice. I'm not going to level it up because I'm not going to use it. Damn it. Can't we just take any ship to go after it? It's a research vessel. It can't possibly be very fast. This'll be difficult. Even if it is a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the golden age of Iberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem, because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. It's that easy. I just had to spend 200... What was that? Like 240 pulls? Yikes. No. Not unless we can... At least I didn't have to spend any more money than I already have. So that's nice. Not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the real problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them. Yes, but most eyes of Iberia, the lighthouses were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, do you mean that there's some left? Just one, as far as I know. The one in Gran Faro. but that lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. There's another! There's a lighthouse you can use. Ka-ching? Really? Are you really going to give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet, young Scotty hath already confirmed her to be safe. All I confirmed is whether she's a Seaborn or not. Can't know if she's a cultist. 'Tis true. Yet, once we saw that Mayers was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us all at all times and keep her within Irene's eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened, given Scotty's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with those sea monsters. Besides, they'd all left her behind. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the Aegir is that she simply knows too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all that information? See, she can't even answer that question. But let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example. They're ticking rapidly. What did they say?
Dante says that we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse.
That seems like a reasonable suggestion to me. Or does the Inquisitor have an alternate solution to this conundrum? No, but... Fine, let's hear it. I won't interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know. At least not right now.
Faro Merto, Dead Lighthouse. That's our village name. Somewhere a little ways off the coastline, there's an intact Eye of Iberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through.
Off the coastline? Is it not connected to the land?
I think it used to be, until it sank.
We should be able to procure ourselves enough wood and material from the village to build a raft. Is it near enough for a raft to be the means of access? Dante would make perfect ASMR content? Like the ticking? The weather's not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. Even you? You're going to trust the Aegir? I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand that Iberian mistrust of the Aegir is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow for the rest of us. Inquisitor Irene, what did you feel when you saw the Rhodes Island operator? If you're talking about the Cadus, nothing in particular, other than slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust. Not that you would have felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I thought... I have no history of feelings for or against the Aegir. Such must be the same for the outsiders. What's she on about? She's conveying that, in matters in regards to mayors, our opinions are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel Fabius commandeered will be of benefit to all. Limbus Company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the dimensional door, while Rhodes Island will have the chance to study it at a closer proximity. And the Inquisition will gain possessions of the vessel in which the technology from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. What? You're going to just hand that over to the Inquisition? Why should we covet what was once Iberia's? While there certainly are aspects to that vessel that draw interest, I already have a state-of-the-art masterpiece known as Mephistopheles. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in Mayers. We are in luck, Executive Manager. It is quite fortunate that our interests aligned exactly with that of the first strangers we encountered in this strange land. Lucky is right. Imagine if we were back in the city. It would have taken them like 4 free distortion hunts for us to come to this agreement. Sorry about having to saddle you with this, Mayers. Please lead us to the lighthouse. Happily. So when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least it was, when I saw it a few moments ago. Months ago. Few moments ago. I was just there, actually. If the lighthouse is in an operable state, in an inoperable state, we're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. The technology it's based on is completely divorced from the popular application of Originum technology, so I doubt there's anyone out there who can work it anymore. Then, you needn't worry about that. Here, we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses even amongst those in the city, so we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. Today's just revelation after revelation, huh?
I can vouch for Limbus Company's skills.
I can also work on the simpler tasks. I've learned a thing or two helping out Gramps. Stuff about the lighthouse or various tech stuff.
Well, then should we all head to the lighthouse together?
No. I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Amiya will accompany you instead. God, I had to take a drink again. Sorry about that, guys. What? After all that, you're just going to go off on your own? Yes, to join the Doctor. It is imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, that hinges on Amiya and Scotty remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. I thought that the trailer, like, revealed a lot of what the story was going to be about, but I feel like I've barely seen any of the lines from the trailer. Which is kind of crazy. Which means there's still a lot left. Wait, what do you mean, take back the lighthouse? Is there someone or something out there that's taken over the lighthouse called the Eye of Iberia? A likely supposition. Amiya, what did the manager of Limbus Company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Not a bad intuition. Yes, there's a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by sea terrors. I don't know about overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when we approach it too closely. Normally, this is hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on the lighthouse, but answer me this. Are there any limitations to their revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante, the manager, survives. However, do note that battle efficiency deprecates with prolonged battle due to mounting mental stress on the manager. Oh, that's why we can't just revive forever, because Dante gets stressed the fuck out. No need to change the plan, then. Amiya, use this communicator to alert me as soon as you are able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you. If it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. I think we should be fine too. But let us commence mission Vessel Massas Retrieval. Righto, step on the plans of the raft, right? Let's get on with it. It's done, let's go. What? Why are you looking at us like that? Is there something bothering you? Must you ask? Just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, Otis, for that charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Scotty, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we were able to move on to step 2 immediately. This is so fun. I hate that this is a completely limited event and no one's ever going to be able to experience this after the 3 weeks are up. But I love this. Ignoring that. Oh my god, they have another sea founder. Well, that's going to be fun. It's Nether Sea brand time. Final power. Ooh. Oof. Oof.
단피가 떨어질 때군요.
I don't like limited events in general. Ooh, nice. After a while of carefully sailing on Scotty's raft along the coastal cliffs, a gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Iberia. Even in its dilapidated ruined state, touches that are at once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even call these lighthouses guardians of Iberia. It retains the grandeur of the era, as it was built during its golden age. You really know everything, don't you? It is as you said, but now these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the penal battalion. No one who's attempted to retrieve a lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say scary stuff like that on Miss Irene? We are literally about to walk into one! Don't you ever quit chirping? What are you, a foul beast? Stop yapping in my ear. Why is this one such a coward unlike the rest of you outsiders? I'm not a coward. I'm just voicing my... Should you just say some pretty concerning stuff? How long do you think the repairs will take? Its exterior is rather heavily damaged. However, from what is visible from the outside, its interior is still quite intact. With Miss Faust's expertise, it should not take very long. Yi-Song suggested with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse, then said something pretty concerning in response. Of course, my wit remains unmarred even in such uncertainties. The currents are pretty wild. Someone's going to have to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. I'll stay here and protect the ship. You sure you can handle this alone? I know you're strong, but maybe one or two more people should stay behind just in case. No, don't need them. Sea turtles will swarm the islet if I go with you anyway. So this has nothing to do with you. So what she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone. Which is why she's okay with staying behind alone. Huh. Thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but hop through an extra hoop, I guess. Well, then let's trust her.
We'll be back, Scotty.
Luckily, we didn't run into any sea terrors on our way to the lighthouse gates. The problem was that the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissues. Reminds me of that L Corp branch back at U Corp. Though that one was white. I don't think I can do anything to force it open myself, so... Guys, can you pry open this door? Oi, move over. I'll pull from the right side, you grab the left, and... We'll all pull together at 1, 2, 3! 1, 2, 3, huh? Something's off here. What are you doing? The door is firmly secured in place. This flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it's torn. Perhaps you'll need to tap into a wilder form of art to get this opened. Well, what now? This strange flesh tissue growing on the gates is sea terror. It reacts to the lamp, but it's grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity.
Scotty might be able to open this door with her incredible strength, but...
Should I go fetch her? But I think she's already fighting off the sea terrors from sinking the raft. So we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego I could use to get through this. So which one? Huh? Just... That's funny. Why has that never been a solution before? Why has that literally never come up? Like, use an ego to handle this problem. Why has that never been something that happened in story? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view, then devoured my sight. It's no intuition or inspiration, it's different from those sudden flashes of realization. And it's not the star of that day that I think of from time to time. It's not the horrible door. They can use it without resources, that's actually fucked up. They were about to use Superbia, I guess. It's not the horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock, either. The formless and black space in which I am permitted to see, a faint noise, a whisper cuts through it. And through that opening, I see light. I reach out to the opening and see... Scotty, born from a very, very warm gaze. Scotty. Powerful imagery crashes unto me like the waves. Scotty, the staggering dancer wielding a blade. Scotty, who flaunts her flowing locks. And Scotty the singer humming in a low voice. Beyond the fringes of cognition, Scotty's existence has become engraved. The sinner who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is... Dante, are you alright? I'm good, and I don't think we'll need to send for... Wait, are we integrating the canon ego from Scotty and putting on Ishmael? Okay, I don't think we'll need to send for Scotty. What? Hey Ishmael, I've never used this ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept it. What? An ego? I nod quietly. Well, it's not like we've ever get to have any practice runs with those ego. Whatever it is, seems to be our manager's found a solution. Her confusion is short-lived. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace once. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? get corroded? Really now?
한눈 팔지 마세요. 내가 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Really? Were they seriously like, here's a preview of the ego that you can get? That's so funny. Cracks on the lighthouse are growing. I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, didn't think it'd be this strong. Hey guys, did you know that you could buy this one in the in the shop after finishing this intervallo? Well, the door's open. What are we waiting for? No, I mean, what was the part where you... What, the part where I suddenly changed into a different outfit and equipped a different personality? Yes, that! That is... This is most fascinating. That an ego could be drawn here, in lieu of the mirror of Mephistopheles. I think I connected to Amiya's subconscious mind. There was this strange, unfamiliar light, and I saw Amiya's emotions attached to her memories and experiences, so I just reached out to them. My subconscious mind? I just had this feeling that it would work. Sorry about peering in without asking first. But I didn't see anything other than things about Scotty. All I needed were memories and emotions that can be used to understand the being that is Scotty. It's okay. I also have experience with gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Maybe that's how you were able to draw something from me as well, Dante. That is the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into its principles is impossible. So that's called ego? Verily, of course, Limbus company ego is quite distinguished from the other kind of ego, which are bloomed from within... How? Tell me how, now! That is enough. No further information is to be divulged to outsiders. Yet, it matters not whether young mayors and young Amiya learn of this. I agree with that fool this time. The Inquisitor used an artillery projectile that penetrates the outer wall, several of them in fact, of a building, and the head did not pursue her following that breach of taboo. This is clearly not the city. And it better to let her talk her heart out than let her moan and whine about not being able to say anything? I am convinced. Do as you will then. Faust's reply sounded almost sulking, but Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon ego to Irene and mayors anyway. No! No! Pay attention to her now! I need to know! I need to know how it works! I need to know the lore! God damn it! But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her as the wet slithering noise from a we get the first ever glimpse of them actually explaining how their ego works. And then no, actually, never mind. What was the entire point of the convincing then? Can we do that later? We've got some clearing up to do. I'm gonna kill myself. Okay. That sucks. What the fuck is that? Hand of the Saint. This one. Oh. That's like an Arknights kind of gimmick. Very neat. Well, leave the Sea Viper for now. Sea Reaper.
흐드러지게.
I think Otis is going to target the Sea Reaper actually. Oh no, no AoE yet. I forgot.
보인다.
On death, yes. I misunderstood. Oh my god, 25 enemies? Okay, this is when you want to pop this. For sure.
과격감.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마라.
Yeah, meet potential lore within the limited time event.
흐드러지게.
If you miss this lore, you're never gonna get it again. It's actually kind of funny when you think about it like that. Okay, so after getting Man in Scabbard, you kind of want
제가 묻었네요.
to have Gregor get hit by, like, unbreakable coins and stuff. I feel like that's kind of the strat. Okay, go for it.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
일발장전.
They would do that, though. Nice.
혈염도 바로.
What are their resistances, by the way? That's neat. Yeah, those seem to make sense with what I know about them. Okay, we're gaining Man in Scabbard. Let's go. Any unbreakable coins? Yeah.
소준 중입니다.
Okay, but you're gonna stagger though. And you can't be Bruh. Okay, just take some hits then. Just a few. We want that scabbard count to go up. Yes, we do.
과격감.
Well, you know, they usually do that with events, don't they?
그게 덜 아플걸?
몰아넣었으니 더는 못 따라나.
Really?
형태 군대 확인. 보냈고.
We could almost do full scabbard. full scabbard time almost.
단번에 끝낸다.
Nice. Okay, but he is almost at max nervous impairment though, so we gotta be careful.
괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
We don't want to get. We don't want this to get out of hand.
일발 장전 중.
Okay. Full power scabbard. Let's do this. Really? No one's targeting you? With full aggro? And you're at 4 speed? Okay, well, we'll wait to do full power scabbard then. I want it to be impactful.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
Aggro is an effect that works.
흐드러지게.
It's true.
혈염도 바로.
Yeah, it doesn't take AoE damage.
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플 거야.
격발
Okay, here we go, maybe. It's... oh my god, bruh. Are you kidding me? That's the minimum speed you can roll, by the way.
마주하지.
Sure. Struggling. Oops. Let me see. Yeah, go for it.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
Aggro is an effect that works. Bruh.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은.
Not a single heads hit. There we go.
빠르지 않을 테니.
Well, it's pretty good. But more heads hit would have been cool. Yeah, we don't really generate enough gluttony for that to be feasible. Rest assured.
단번에 끝낸다.
Yeah, pretty good damage for low rolls.
남길 말은 없겠지.
That is definitely true.
다음은 어디로?
흐드러지게.
And the ego is very cheap. Like, ridiculously so for a WoW. But I get it, because the intention is to use it over multiple times.
날개를 펼.
So it's not that strange.
말고 받아들여. 덜 아플걸?
끝내.
남은 어디로?
타오를 시계.
We did it. Mission accomplished. Yeah, you're obviously intended to use it multiple times, so it makes sense that it's low cost, but for the return that you get? That's kind of crazy.
모조리 불태울 거라고 했잖아.
Damage you've seen on high floors in the mirror dungeon had you actually floored. I imagine this thing gets insane with like the things that empower ego. Like if you get the tremor one on there, does it have burn as well? Did it have burn? Yeah, it has burn. If you have burn and the tremor one, the burn and tremor rock, yeah. Yeah, that's something. Nether Sea Spewer.
입증을 알리는
Well, I've been going for 3 hours already. Which node is this? Let's see, let's not hit the Reaper yet.
해체어갑 진행하겠습니다.
I like that I have to slightly think with these enemies. It's too bad we're never gonna see them again. But you know what? If they actually learn something about fight direction for the future from this, I think that could be really good. Because like having these kinds of environmental effects on the battlefield makes the combat slightly more interesting. And I think they should really lean into that, to be honest. I feel like they should try to lean into that in the future with fights, having these kinds of environmental things that you have to pay attention to. Blood Feast was kind of that, but there was nothing you could do about it. Like, you can't stop Blood Feast from happening.
해체어갑 진행하겠습니다.
눈부시지 않다 두려워하지 마.
Aura farming. So yeah, I really hope they learn something about, like, making fights from this canto, or from this intervallo.
너는 못 따라나.
Please proceed to take many lessons and make your games awesome as a result. Oh, we are rolling like really low for no reason.
화병검.
혈액도 봐라. 몰아 넣었으니 너는 못 따라나.
I was afraid I wouldn't like the setup aspect of the Mjolnir ego, but I'm actually finding that I really enjoy it because it kind of makes you focus on building around Gregor and making sure that he like builds up Scabbard very quickly. I think it's kind of just an interesting playstyle. It's not instant damage, but it's potential big damage. That will come in the future, instead of having access to it immediately. Which can be kind of fun,
진행하겠습니다.
in my opinion.
걷잡을 수 없이 타올라라.
시계.
단노.
Yeah, he can just do big damage anyway. The Tremor isn't... Yeah, I don't like playing Tremor either.
일발 장전.
I really hate Tremor, actually. I think it's really powerful, but I don't like it.
마주하지.
Let me see here. Because, yeah, this thing can do, like, a lot of damage. Without Burn and Tremor. Like, it's only 25%. And then the coin itself just does so much damage that it doesn't even matter. Ever since the Christmas Nightmare ego? Why? What did Christmas Nightmare do to you, specifically?
해체 허가. 진행하겠습니다. 상태 붕괴. 확인. 꿰뚫은 줄도 모를걸.
끝내. 전수하리. 흐드러지게.
남길 말은 없겠지.
Yeah, I do agree. I was really disappointed when they were just Tremor. Because I didn't even feel like it made sense. For like what it was supposedly supposed to be. Like, why is the bed making tremors happen? I don't get it. Scabbard time. Man in Scabbard time.
진행하겠습니다.
Oh, she's also about to explode.
아른거리는 불길 속으로.
Goodbye.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은
Yes. Big damage.
빗바래지 않을 테니.
Massive. Oh wait. Did he gain Scabbard from Hold on. Wait, aren't you supposed to recover from stagger now? I thought that was how it worked. Oh no, you got nervous impaired. I guess that's forced stagger. Yeah, if it's staggered due to damage. +40, you can't have more than 40 though. Gain 20 per dead ally when others are the allies are killed. Yeah, I think it probably counted Faust dying. I feel like that's probably what happened.
단번에 끝낸다.
두드러지게.
I really like the theory that I saw on Twitter about Faust, the ego that she got and what it symbolizes, because I think Faust, as it explained it, Faust is supposed to be monster in this case, because Kalsit is controlling Faust, who is then controlling monster and who also becomes monster in the distortion, or in the corrosion, which kinda mirrors Gesellschaft, in the sense that Faust is an entity that does not have personal will and is being controlled by the hive mind, and doesn't think that she has individuality outside of that. So I think that was, they were kind of cooking with that connection. I think. Do it again. Yeah, I think it's very interesting.
단번에 끝낸다.
이 검은 이 명예는 이빨이지.
Massive.
다음은 어디로?
Mission accomplished. That still did 412 damage. I think this ego might be cracked.
내가 뭐했어?
And we get to hear this voice line, which is probably one of my favorite Gregor voice lines in the entire game, or at least identity lines. The Fabled Knight. Okay, it's one enemy, so this is probably going to be the boss. And then we have 2 story chapters after this, probably. There were more sea terrors than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed their nervous systems, paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. Ooh, cool looking. Also, as the control room was, unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged, Faust shared the good news that the repairs most likely won't take very long.
Yisang was right. Fortunately, the inside is barely damaged. How are you progressing, Miss Faust? It is almost complete. We best prepare to leave. Then I'll radio the doctor. Let's...
A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom, and debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse's precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. The floor is giving way!
What's going on out there?
Something rammed against the Eye of Iberia. I see aught shattering through the ocean's surface, the sheer explosive force turning water into mist. And it is charging at us once again.
Run-dun-dun-dun-dun.
As Yizang noted, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall to the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looked a lot like one of those knights of the city's western region Don Quixote would talk at length about.
The lighthouse might crumble at this rate.
Then we have no choice. We have to stop whatever's out there. Faust, stay here. The rest of us will descend the lighthouse and...
The lighthouse is almost fully functional. It only takes some finishing touches to have its light shine again, which I can handle, so I'll stay behind.
Seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I would much rather leave it to Faust, who is an expert.
I've read about the Seaborn before. The fables and legends say that he is the last knight, and if those stories have any grain of truth in them, you're going to need all hands on deck to even have a chance at stalling it.
You better prepare for a few days of interrogations once I bring you into the Inquisition. Your decision, Executive Manager. That is a fair argument for why it's tremor sinking, but counterpoint, it's still lame as fuck. All hands on deck, leave the lighthouse to Majors. We have to put a stop to that night. Whoa. Waves crest high and violent behind this spear-wielding knight. We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the night. The knight begins to charge at us, his steed splitting the very sea, and I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. Okay, what are we cooking? One day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breaths. Thus he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, reproaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction. Faint memories, having blinked through Amia's fathoms, flash briefly before my eyes, and the Seaborn Knight wields his great lance against surface sea terrors. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You obstruct progress and cover the lands. That is impermissible. This is the land. The Knight and the sea terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a viable solution here. Sure. Unfailable. We are not the sea. We are not its waves. The Knight's great lance falters with doubt. Okay, I'm not gonna look at the chat for this because I don't even want to be... I don't want to know anything. The Knight's great lance falters with doubt. Waves are the only things that hold any meaning for him. 3 off is level down. Okay. Unknowable. If the main target has cold, lose 1 speed for every cold side of this unit. Okay. 1 cold, once per turn. Once per skill. A protection, of course. Fate's favored child. Bruh. Okay, so he has a double phase. Okay. Misery and calamity. This power. Okay. I mean, let's have a little look. Like immediately. It's not great. I like the Morse code sounds that are happening in the background here. Who really needs sanity? Yeah. That's a lot of damage. That's not a lot of damage, I mean. But we'll burn him. It's fine. Cool. I like that he doesn't at all look like he would actually fit in the Limbus Company art style. He's just kind of his own thing. Okay. We're feeling pretty...
잔불에 주의하시오.
I am confirming their statuses. They are cold.
잔불에 주의하시오.
Okay. For every 2 enemies with cold. Not just the target. That's interesting. Okay. I believe in you to win that. Do not quite believe in you to win that, but you'll have to try. It is just clash power, though. Neutral. Really? You're better off doing that. Wait, this guy has sanity. I didn't even realize.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Okay. That's working. He's at least getting a lot of burn on him. And he's losing his protection. You are excited to work alongside Limbus Company. Okay. Coin power +1 for every 2 enemies with cold. Oof. That's rough, buddy. Might not need anything just yet. Can be ignored. Favored. Are you sure? All resistance changed to normal. Double the amount of burn, bleed, tremor, and rupture potency gained due to skill effects. Alright.
순식간에 끝내죠.
I would rather not have aggro on Gregor during this, actually, I think. Oof. Oh, come on. How did you roll that many heads when you're at -19? That seems unfair. Somewhat unfair, in my opinion. The Sinner's relentless assault upon the Knight begins to slow. Though we don't have anything in common with the Knight, cold, cold loneliness rides his bellow, insidious under the faint light. Are we waves or rocks in his eyes? The sea wets our hems, giving us no time to answer the question. Stand your ground. It's usually the right call. So Irene raises her lamp, showering the night with its light. Iberia's flame illuminates our path. Unlike the night, we're not alone, so we did not have to endure the chilling loneliness by ourselves. Removes frozen from our allies. Nice. Sick. I don't exactly have a lot of healing options. You know what? Activate it. Who cares? It'll be fine. It'll surely be fine.
화격검.
Good. Yeah, that last turn was kind of rough.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마.
Oof. Nice. Good. That's not gonna do a lot of damage, but it doesn't really matter. We got some good burn going on him. I assume phase 2 is going to be more difficult though.
Limbus Company の皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
I love Amiya. Let's seize this moment of victory. Okay, we don't have to go that hard because we're not going to be able to kill him anyway. Do you want to magic bullet here? Not yet. Yeah.
한 번에 끝낸다.
This damage won't really matter. I hope he just doesn't lose his bleed. Or burn, I mean. Frozen. Okay. Phase 2.
カンテさん、なんだか
What is this? Unclashable. Deal 5% damage for every enemy with cold. That seems rough. The song is good though. Go off. Hold on. Go da da da. Oof. Okay, so this is gonna hurt, is what you're saying. But we're probably not gonna be able to actually hit him. He's probably gonna end the turn, like they usually do.
해체어갑 진행하겠습니다. 실패하겠군요.
Oh no, he didn't actually end the turn.
괜찮아.
The knight rides upon the violently whinnying steed. Lands raised skyward. The knight races across the sea, splitting its waves. We won't succeed at this rate. Stall him, please, even for a second. Irene directs her hand cannon towards the knight. Her aim and will undulates on the same frequency with the waves. We need but a moment to recover. Topple the waves. Go for his legs, not his lance. Fluid sac would be better here, but I don't have any option to actually use it. Because the team I'm using can't use Fluid Sac, or doesn't fuel Fluid Sac. The knight's fierce charge briefly wavers when Sinner Otis jumps in his path. The Inquisitor quickly capitalized on this momentary opening. A blinding spark flies from her hand cannon and the knight is thrown off his steed. I didn't even see his steed. It becomes clashable.
맞출 수 있는 탄원이니 말입니다.
Dense shadow pools under the lone knight. Susurrus of teeming flesh sliding against flesh can be heard from beneath. Aren't they gathered to defeat the knight? They must have first gathered there, believing him to be one of them, until they came to a realization that the knight is a traitor to the Great Will. The knight leaps up from the surface, but the sea rises violently in response to drag him back down. The waves crest high, gnawing upon the knight, crashing him back down to the water's surface. But he leaps once again, the cresting waves as his stepping stones. He belongs not to the sea. He stands tall against the great will, his head held high in eternal defiance. The unremittent knight rides across the watery mountains and charges at us. Oof. I believe. Good. Sinner Sinclair brings the knight's charge to a stop. Then the waves begin to crash in. Once, twice, thrice, but unlike the knight in the backstreets, the waves don't stop coming. He has always challenged the waves and is fated to do so for eternity. The waves will always shake the sea until the day of the knight's sinking. Struggle passive deactivated. The last knight gains the knight's corpus. Take plus 80% damage. I think we can probably kill him here. Yeah, struggle doesn't work anymore. I think we can probably just kill him, but I guess I shouldn't tempt fate. Yeah. Oof.
완벽한 한 발을 위해 내게 자비를 구하지 마라. 내 앞에는 무엇도 남지 않을 테니.
That still hurt quite a bit.
못하고 가는 것이
I heard someone die, I think. Yeah.
하군.
Okay, well, he's gonna die from burn, so it's fine. Oh, is it 45 SP? Yeah. I win! First try, baby. Wasn't even that hard. I'm out of rounds. The lamp's almost out too. We're holding him back for now, but we won't last much longer. No BS. I can last. The lighthouse? Not so much. What difference does that make? Sinners were reeling from the battle against his enemy, who's more like a force. I didn't even need to heal once, by the way. I feel like I kinda handled that like a pro. Who's more like a force of nature than human. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn as I quickly began to rack my head for a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when, through the mist, the black space begins to envelop my vision once again. Wait, this is just like... And from the dark, light shines again. I reach out towards it and see, unlike in the earlier phenomenon, which focused entirely and powerfully on Scotty, a single individual. What I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Kazimierz. This place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Amiya's thoughts sits far from all of that glory, in a very mundane-looking office. He wears a well-kempt set of clothing, while his eyes are, with a slight squint, focused on reading the newspaper. Is this how gacha in Arknights works? No. The gacha in Arknights is a job application. This is not how the gacha in Arknights works. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of that scene was a banner hanging on the wall, and a sword. Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind. Can she, our ardent admirer of knights and pursuers of glory, spin that energy from his sword as her own? Wait, no. He's different. I need someone who doesn't pursue glory, someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. The sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of their bygone honor is... Yes, there's just one. It's Pablo. I'll trust you, Gregor. Use this ego to hew into the knight's charge. Split the waves. Use the light to split the waves, huh? I hear you, manager bud. Let's do this.
검은 이 명예는 이 영광은 빛바래지 않을 테니.
I love that Gregor gets a moment in this. A cutscene moment. The incandescent golden blades of light surge forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our direction as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant, creaking noise before firing a bright light towards the ocean horizon. Mayers has completed the repairs. Oh, the light returneth to its house once more! Silence, all. Mayers is saying something. Like Otis said, Mayers was peeking out of the window and shouting something at us. Vessel Massas is still near the shores, somewhere in the coastal sea. It moored somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit of distance away from the village coast.
Confirmed. I'll radio Dr. Calcit immediately.
Yeah, that's all well and good, but what about that monster? Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse again and destroys it? I heard it talk during our battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This'll be a problem. Don Quixote, wait! Don't get too close to it! It's too dangerous! But before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the Seaborn, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed before asking in an energetic tone, "O mighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed?" Rocinante! Wait, she can communicate with him? Oh, 'tis quite the coincidence then. My noble steed is also named Rocinante. One who is not a comrade. They are a steed, you say? Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed. It hath served me well over countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse so? Isharmla. It was not the waves. The waves are darker, more raucous. Perchance there was a tad inconvenient misunderstanding here then. Good night. I and mine compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important, yet with thy obstruction we are unable to do so. Prithee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave, and the knight and his steed Rocinante stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight, or if the knight just lost interest, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. So they really exist, Seaborn who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful Seaborns lurk at sea. Are you alright, Don Quixote? You should be thankful that it somehow yielded a positive outcome. When are you going to fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? Mine apologies. While Don Quixote returned the night with that bizarre conversation, Amia raised her voice happily as though she just received good news. What? Dr. Castide, is that true? What's going on? The doctors managed to infiltrate the vessel Massas. They're already done cleaning up the decks and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. But it's hardly been 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. Yeah, Otis, God forbid Don Quixote does anything. The doctor's an excellent strategist, and based on what Dr. Calcit told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Great, let's return to Scotty and join them. Amazing. Scotty listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner as she did before. Someone's going to have to stay behind. I'll stay. Go find the vessel. You're going to refuse again if we offer help, aren't you? Yes. Then I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel Massas. I'll let the doctor know what happened here. What an oddball. What an oddball. Are we going to meet the doctor? Doctor? Dokuta?
관리자님이 명하는 것이란
Qualijamari.
탄원은 어디든 무엇이든 누구든
Do I have enough for... Yeah, okay. Ishmael.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
She's still sussy. You sussy baka. Oh my god, more combat? After that? I thought that was supposed to be the big one. Oh my god. Okay.
단피가 떨어질 때군요.
This is the doctor, researcher at Rhodes Island.
Nice to meet you. Doctor! When I, after everything we went through, finally had the chance to meet the Doctor of Rhodes Island, I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on the name alone. I was thinking we were going to be someone like Yi Song, Faust, or Hohenheim from LCE. But the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. The clock just ticked.
And this is Dante, a manager at Limbus Company. That ticking just now was nice to meet you.
Okay. Thanks for accompanying Amiya. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. I should thank you. I should thank you and Amiya, actually. We would have been in a real pickle without her, so... It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Dante says that we would have been in a real pickle without Miss Amiya. Sorry, Manager. Sorry, Manager Bud can't talk human, so don't worry about it. We'll take over the translation. It is incorrect to state that the manager cannot talk human. A more accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of accessing sonic means of communication, which includes verbal communication. However, they are able to produce a repetition of multiple sounds that may register on a similar scale to the ticking of multiple hands, seconds hands, minutes hands, or of a clock. I don't know, something about the way Merceau put it sounds worse. Don't worry. It is not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move on to the next step of the plan. Next steps. Thanks to Limbus Company's efforts, we obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel Massas, and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be a bishop of the deep, and his followers have barricaded themselves inside the bridge's control room. This is Dr. J. Dr. J from Arknights, from my Arknights playthrough specifically. Not any other doctor. While it may seem as though they are hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us. Rage baiting. As in, they are waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from elsewhere to trap us in a pincer attack. Something like that. The elsewhere is most likely to be the sea, as the reinforcements are probably more sea terrors. Fabius is a seaborn, and the ocean will answer to the call of their kind. Limbus Company and Arene will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. Ami and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Kalsted and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the pre-designated locations. I'd like to avoid getting surrounded by sea terrors before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge. I observed several entry points leading straight to the bridge while we were working on repairing the vessel. Your force doesn't seem numerous enough to close off all of them. It's true that there are many entry points here, but we don't need forces guarding every single one of them. Especially here. The hallway is narrow, long, and straight, so... Makes sense to me. How about there? Are you sure you're not overly focusing your forces to a single checkpoint? Let's see, but on a closer look. Looks like Commanding Officer Otis is finally in our environment. Got any questions, Manager Bud? I have no idea what they're talking about, if I'm being honest. Really? I saw you commanding the Sinners earlier. You seemed pretty adept at giving orders and making strategic decisions. Indeed, they seem quite adept at making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. Agreed. That particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Manager Dante's obligations, and even if there is a chance for them to engage in such elements, it may be too early to do so. Is that so? It is. At least that is what Faust has judged. What are they on about? I was about to ask that myself. I don't know. I have no idea. Having finished her discussion with the Doctor over the plan, Otis returned wearing a grim look. Huh? Is there something wrong with the plan? Yes, I think it's funny that they're kind of explaining diegetically Arknights' gameplay. No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive. far beyond my expectations. Really? That good, huh? Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of many like them. Right, so they're dependable. Good enough for me. If your strategizing's done, let's get cracking. What of you, Miss Mayers? If it's too much to face what awaits, then you need not follow us. I had decided to stay here anyway. The doctor's going to update you in real time on where the safe zones are, so please keep that communicator close to you. I will. Hey, if Gramps... Is there something you would like for us to do? No, it's nothing. If there's something you want to tell him, contact us through the communicator at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can, but if the negotiations break down... I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone. Leaving Mayers behind with her unfinished sentence, we followed the Rhodes Island team into the bridge. The bridge was as gaudily decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers and seafarers, greeted us with a kindly smile. Welcome. I truly did appreciate thy kindness. Wherefore didst thou seek to harm us? Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believed that we had sought to harm you then, how would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in Faro Muerto? We have never wished you any harm. We did not then, and we do not now. Not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards, and you want us to believe that? Our wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with the capable, kind-hearted souls. Mate, we know you were just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind. Monster is only a name. The essence of its being changes not regardless of the label given to it. Become one with the sea. Become one with the endless cycle of life, and one day your misunderstandings will end, and you will come to understand us. Looks like the fight between us is going to be unavoidable. I pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. The doctor seemed to have finished their preparations as well, as they and Amia stood opposite Fabius.
Incoming. Get ready, everyone.
Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes. Their strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices to the absolute minimum. Their commands sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow them. Rhodes Island's operation was certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. All I can do is put my faith in the sinners and push them onwards. Our style is, trust me to bring you back, no matter how many times they cut you down. Let's wipe them out. Our style is just throw everything we have at them until they die. That's our style. That's the Limbus Company way.
해체 허가 진행하겠습니다.
개발 장전.
Yeah. I doubt this will be as difficult as the knight that we just fought. This is how we face the Sin and save the ego. Specifically, the collaboration ego between Arknights and Limbus Company. Be sure to roll on the gotcha banner. Please, give us your money. Massive. Limo. I can't believe Gregor has a good WoB ego now. It only took like a year. Or 2, year and a half. I don't even remember when Gardens of Thorns came out. Was Garden of Thorns the first WoB? I don't remember. No, it wasn't, right? No, that was Blind Obsession. I'm stupid. Blind Obsession was the first WoW. Never mind. But it was one of the early ones. Yeah, it was the first WoW that wasn't a pass eco, that's right.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
I didn't even need to use Durante during the night fight.
혈연도 바로.
I guess I'll just use it here when I feel like it. Good job. Nervous impairment.
걷잡을 수 없이 타올라라.
Ardor Blossom Faust is so pretty. It's genuinely kind of insane. Well, technically Sunshower, I guess. Retroactively.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어. 남길 말은 없겠지.
The backgrounds in this have been very, very pretty. It must be said.
뭐라는 없으니 더는 못 따라나. 화격금. 뭐라는 없으니 더는 못 따라나.
This is a pretty win-rateable fight, to be honest. I'm gonna keep it real with you guys.
캐치. 소각되었습니다.
일발 장전.
Oh, is this a wave? It's a wave fight. My goodness. How surprising. In that case, kill.
화격금.
Faust is gonna spontaneously combust very soon, yes.
타오르는 시계.
This is true.
불타버렸나?
Okay, die.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Good job. You should not have been able to win that, but good job.
혈연도 바로.
Faust is almost dead. Okay, time to spontaneously combust. Go for it. Sword. Very much make sure that you hit him specifically. Yes. Go for it.
캐체어가
Sword time. Shoot them dead.
여기까지 쏜 이상 돌아갈 수 없는 것. 방아쇠를 당겨 도착할 곳이 지옥뿐이라 해.
Kill. Rest assured, this sword, this honor, this glory. Oh, come on, give me it. Give me the 30. Yes! Full damage. Oh, baby. That's like mirror dungeon levels numbers. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm fucking talking about. That was fucking sick. That was actually, like, awesome. With the 7th bullet. Go for it. I cannot believe that he can just get numbers like that for free. If you build around that ego, how strong does it get? I feel like if you have Tremor's Scorch, that goes insane. It's funny that people were saying it wouldn't be good. Well, there's your proof. I think it's pretty good. I don't know how to tell you this. Does the fight end if he dies? Only one way to find out. Nope. Oh no, it does, okay. They just had to have a little fun. They're pretty persistent. Fabius flees again, using Sea Terrors and his followers as meat shields. Wait, no, I see it now. It's not Fabius who's putting them in harm's way to save himself. The Sea Terrors and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Fabius gets away. But for all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by the sinners and Irene's lamplight, was the decks. Now we're left to run, Fabius. I understand you can't help but continue to thrash and struggle to live, even knowing that there's no hope. But running will only make your pain worse. That's different. Fabi didn't run to live. A voice echoes from under the dark sky. Mayors, appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. She approaches Fabius slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. She looks down at him wordlessly. I told you that your methods won't win their understanding, Fabi. What a shame. I thought those with such wisdom and aptitude would. I hoped you would still be able to realize your ideal here, even after I'd left. It will be realized. Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now it is time. Devour me! What Fabius blurted out threw us off once again, even before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing Mayor's true allegiance. Eat people? Looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. I heard it's a pretty common thing in District 23 backstreets, but I'd rather not see it in person. Hey, I think I'm just gonna look away. That's okay, right? Just what? Doctor, weaker Seaborns willingly let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing their experiences and nutrients with them. This is commonly accepted practice among them. It is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. The time is here. Devour me. Set sail toward your ideal. Sorry, Fabi. I've still got some canned food left for me on this ship, and I think I'll delay becoming a Seaborn for a little while. Why? I found a new destination. I'll gain a new power from there, and then become a Seaborn. So now is not yet the time. If that is your will, O Bishop. Don't worry. Yeah, she kind of had to put all that on in the background. Don't worry, your flesh will fatten the bloodkin of the sea. Mayers waves her hand, and sea turtles climb up to the vessel from the ship and begin tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way it looked, Fabius looked exhilarated, nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkling his face as they ripped his flesh apart. We turned away from the scene that could not be described as anything else other than cannibalism to look at Mayers. Is that the first occurrence of cannibalism in the story of Limbus Company? Cosset, is she? Don't need to ask questions when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. What is happening? Wherefore the young Mayers? It wasn't Fabius. Mayers was the Bishop of the Deep. Bruh. Oh, okay. Thanks.
What did I say, big sis?
Yeah, but I thought in stories. Light of the city. I'm suspicious. They've played us. Don't despair. We still have the upper hand. We defeated Fabius and his cultists already. And even if they were to summon more sea terrors, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Hey, Aegir, what were you thinking the entire time as you deceived us? I had a feeling I knew what she was going to say to that. She was either going to say that it was for our sake, that it wasn't a deception at all, or maybe she'll give us one final gloating. But her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at the far ocean, was not what any of us could have expected. I'm sorry. I thought this would be the better way to approach you, but I see how it can come across as nothing more than deception. You're sorry? Why? Dante wants to know why you're sorry. Huh? Well, that's because I did something wrong. Wait, hold on. You've been deceiving us all along, Mayers, and now you're gonna... Boy, what exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that geezer was, ain't that right? Turn us into your bloodkins, that it was all for our sake, giving all kinds of ridiculous excuses to turn us into one of those monsters? I do hope that you would all one day accept becoming Seaborns. But I'm not about to demand that you let yourselves be transformed today, right here and now. I understand that we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves. May I understand your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing this upon us, should we refuse? That's correct. It'd be against manners to do what Fabius did, shoving sea terror cells inside your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? Well, I was taken aback by the fact that Mayers was a Bishop of the Deep. It was also true that Mayers had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius who attacked the sitters directly. While she did almost get us in big trouble with Irene while explaining things to us, it is also true that Mayers has been extremely helpful so far. It was her who led us to the lighthouse, and it was her who stayed at that crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done as that terrifying night continued to assail its walls. What was your actual relationship to Fabius anyway? Just someone who also once strove to realize the visions of our ideal worlds. Our goals once converged, but not now. I was pretty taken aback, too, when they attacked you back at the village. Maybe he got greedy when he saw Faust and Otis repairing the ship. He got greedy? Fabius believed that welcoming capable people as Bloodkin would expedite Seaborn's evolution. Cool. So you're like some cult leader, but you don't necessarily want to antagonize us. You still haven't told us what you're after, though. I'm going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional door. So you're trying to flee to a different world where the Inquisition won't be able to chase you? This isn't running away. I just want to help the people of the city, that's all. So I'm bringing the Seaborns with me to the city? I don't think so. Don't tell me you're going to invade the city alongside those monsters, then? Then, the foghorn suddenly blared and the ship shook as it began to move. Vessel Massas has begun to move. Is this an automated sailing program? The vessel Massas will now sail towards the dimensional door. I'll let Rhodes Island and Irene go right in front of the door, so don't worry. Did you seriously just tell us not to worry? Faust! Please calm yourself, Dante. It has not yet been determined if that is indeed the dimensional door connecting directly back to the city. No, it has to be. The warm, shining light and the voice from within. It's getting clearer and clearer. Wait, Carmen? Carmen is speaking to mayors? From the other side of the dimensional door? Are you serious? They're putting Carmen into this? Why don't we just let them into the city? The battles thus far have done well enough to demonstrate the level of danger Seaborns pose. However, I doubt they'll get very far, even if they were to enter the city. Don't you agree? In Hongyan, we've all seen what happens when sapient, sentient, non-human entities enter the city. The head will take action the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for repercussions in case they decide to hold Limbus Company responsible once the dust settles, yet it is also very likely that we will fully escape any culpability, as we saw in the memories of the Kong massacre. Your thoughts, Faust? Urban nightmare. However, considering their specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise to become a star of the city-level threat. There is a reasonable possibility that they may be issued the Impuritas Civitatis classification. Is that not an acceptable risk? If not the head, they should be manageable by a wing. This isn't that terrible of a calamity. But Kalsit shook her head resolutely. No. Your technology seems to be based on something else, which is neither original arts nor any of its derived technology. And that is precisely what could make your world vulnerable against Seaborns. Is it because they learn fast? Yes, those on the front lines of the war against Seaborns stubbornly stick to using traditional low-tech weapons. Deploying high-technology weapons against them is only going to make you an enticing meal. Then can't we just let whichever unfortunate wing that ends up fighting these? Do take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn their trust. Even if they were to be convinced, there would be other parties with alternative perspectives on the matter, complicating issues. The situation will rapidly grow out of control if backstreet syndicates or fixers get involved, unless the head designates a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she has been saying, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well, before they are expelled from the city. That seems unlikely to work. How do you plan on helping the people of the city, mayors?
By giving them a chance to become Seaborns.
What are you on about? Become Seaborns? She ain't all there either, eh? What kind of help is that?
Mayors, you know that's no different from what the Church of the Deep is doing here. It is different, because someone showered the city with light.
The light?
The beam of light from the White Nights and Dark Days incident. How do you... could it be? Becoming a Seaborn is to become a part of the great will called We Many. By doing so, one can be reborn as an altruistic life form, with, at the cost of ego, the sense of self. And that's always been my issue with it. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all of that when they inevitably lose their sense of selves as they become Seaborns. Look, I want each Seaborn to have their own wishes, but the light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them towards that evolution. If only the light of the city could become more tangible, it just might be able to give every Seaborn an identity of their own, to remain uniquely themselves. But why is it that you advocate towards those of the city to join the Seaborn, when one could simply learn more of the light before returning here? At first, I thought all I needed was the clue to a better evolution, but Don Quixote's tales of adventure changed my mind.
Mine adventures?
You don't understand just how precarious you all are. And how would you, when you were born into that kind of world from the very start? A place where life has become a commodity and gold one of its few religions. The city has abandoned its yesterdays to survive today, and by doing so has given up on its tomorrows. Just as I needed the light, the city needs Seaborns. It needs their tenacious hold to life and their absolute unconditional selflessness. But at the end of the day, it still means that everyone has to turn into monsters. People ostracize the other, something that isn't like me, something that feels alien to me, something I don't know or understand. So that fear is natural, because Seaborns are not human. But you just have to cross that threshold once. Miss Mayers, do you believe the nature of humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good things can come from selfishness, that's for sure. But the side effects have become simply unsustainable. Doctor, you've been to countless battlefields where Rhodes Island has fought tooth and nails for the rights of the infected, but what came of it? Peace?
No, it's the same. But still, we're all still getting better, little by little.
I'm not trying to deride those small incremental steps and call them meaningless. Change takes time, and should it continue, I believe your efforts can be a beacon of light that will lead humanity towards a brighter future. But what about everyone who is sacrificed while you're taking your time, taking those incremental steps? Every single day of that incremental change is marred by unjust deaths. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their differences. People live on in that despair that seems to have no end. I agree with what the light told me. People are diseased. They're so sick that even in the far-flung future, even on the day the world ends, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search of those differences. Even when every Aegir returns to sea, they're still going to bully and hate anyone who with pointed ears, labeling them Aegirs. Even when Euripathy is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and persecute someone as the infected. People are imperfect beings. You're right, there probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of others with nothing but perfect selflessness. But not when it comes to Seaborns. They don't suffer from all of this absurdity, nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress towards a better future built from mutual understanding. Because I hear the distortion bell. I hear the distortion bell, because they're the kind of life form that seeks common ground instead of scrutinizing for differences. The bells. A strange-shaped form shimmers and materializes before Mayers. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it was round, and it looked like a tool. It is possible that she has already met the conditions to effloresce, or ego, I guess. A possible explanation would be the absence of the particular pull required to draw it out of her, or the insufficiency of it. This isn't anything like the arts.
What is happening in front of Miss Mayers? Is our proximity to the dimensional door increasing the potency of influences coming from the city?
Precisely. The connection to Faust returning to normal levels seems to indicate that.
Wait, can people in other worlds, I mean, Mayers also in manifest ego?
Internal conflict and anguish is a commonality among every intelligent entity, regardless of whether they are from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive on this possibility as well. However,
What does that mean?
the potential to effloresce an ego implies the potential to distort as well.
Oh my god! Are you fucking for real right now? Carmen? Carmen?
You've been dreaming for a long time, Mayers, drawing your own picture of an idealized world. And you have chosen the ocean as the means to building a path towards that vision. Yet, why have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself? I had to make preparations. Seaborns are beautiful. There's no doubt about it. It's just that a key piece was missing to really achieve what I want.
Can you overcome this?
You're not being honest with yourself. I know it very well that you were afraid of becoming one of them. The fear that your own creed might crumble, that you might lose your own sense of self, your ego. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the ineffably overwhelming will.
I can't believe Carmen is making an appearance in the fucking crossover event that's never going to be able to be accessed again.
Isn't it terrifying that this hope can just disappear in a blink? Who is she talking to?
Is this something Limbus Company has experience with? If so, I'd appreciate an explanation. She's hearing that voice.
When that singular faith that one had absolute confidence in breaks in one fell swoop, and their ironclad will is shattered, people of the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It is said that those phenomena are often accompanied by the distorting individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed, those who
This is also the first time they're actually really talking about this. And it's in a crossover. I'm gonna fucking... It's in a crossover event.
Indeed, those who distort would oft behave as though they were engaged in a conversation. Of course, the same could be said for those who awaken ego.
At first, I thought it was Kathy, but it wasn't her. The voice was beautiful, comforting, even... They're fucking talking about Carmen in the crossover episode that no one's gonna be able to see after this anymore! I'm so pissed off, actually. This should not be in this, but it's cool that it is, but I also kind of hate that it's here. Because this is gonna be gone. And there's just gonna be a huge part that's missing. Yeah, but them talking about it. Specifically, I know we know how it works, but them talking about it. We've kind of been waiting for them to do this. And they're doing it here. The voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy. The kind of voice that puts all deep contemplation to sleep. So calm and so warm. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't know how to feel about this. I'm glad that we're getting this, but I'm not glad that it's gonna be limited content. Because no fucking way Merso is alluding to the distortion theory that has been circulating forever, and it's in the fucking Arknights. I don't know, I'm gonna crash out. There is more to the sunshine than its warmth. Sunshine? No, you can't do this. You can't put this in a limited time event. You have to have this as permanent content. You don't share your interest with the other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about... Yeah, but they shouldn't begin to marinate him in the intervallo that is supposedly non-canon. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth, ephemeral as it may be. In the sense that this content will not be accessible to most people after this is over. Like, you will have to look for it online, and I don't think that's very cool. Right, we have to be about more than just prolonging our existences. What really matters isn't survival, it's what we leave behind for posterity, our legacy. As long as there is a guarantee that the light can indeed protect the sense of self, it'll be more than enough to convince people to become Seaborns. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think, Mayors. But everyone has their own wishes. I can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them. But that's not what you really believe, is it? You know that better than anyone. While you hesitate, countless people who are bound to the inescapable bridle will continue to suffer. That might be true, but it's okay. You don't have to hide the shape of your heart, its colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is how you can lead the people of the city, and then Terra. Okay, we can't just sit here and let this happen. Operators, to positions. Operator's unable to approach. She's surrounded by a strange field, Doctor. Whenever someone would distort to reason other than the monolith, a strange pressure would prevent our approach, as though to stop us from interfering. Looks like that applies here too, all the way over in another world. Love is our collective destination, after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. We knew about that already, though. Don't force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Your pilgrimage needn't be that of suffering. No, You don't believe in any recourse, do you? Other than this, anyway. Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering, before more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent? You're right. If there is no recourse, it has to happen faster. I can't waste any more time while people suffer. Follow your wishes. Follow your desires. And paint. Let's show them the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. Before the compassion they believe in becomes completely worthless. Whoa. I understand the shape of your heart and what makes you want to enter the city, but we still know so little about the Seaborns, about Terra, about Iberia. Whatever may have lit the fire under your feet, I can't bring you with us to the city as you are now. Even before the Cinders had the chance to translate my words, Mayor slowly turned in my direction as though she clearly understood my words. But I must, Dante. Yearning Flotsam! Your adventures were full of exhilarating tales, and I saw kindness in the every word and action of you and your friends, but that's not enough. You don't think they'll change? They will. In the far, far future. An incandescent's brilliance burst forth from before Mayors. Past that light, I saw the ocean. The calm sound of gently lapping, crashing waves, the immense golden brilliance. A portal. Where did it come from? Dungeon of the Fathoms. A gate that leads into one's heart. This periphery is where LCB's department's specialty begins. While what lies beyond this periphery does not necessarily warrant Rhodes Island's presence, can you guys help? I don't know what kind of fathoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're going to need your assistance. Dr. Calcit, we're only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't want us to turn our backs on the people we can help. Rhodes Island accepts Limbus Company's corporation request. I'll go too. You're still in Iberia. I can't let Iberian business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone an incident connected to the Church of the Deep. More sea terrors. Yes, you'll be staying behind then. Amia will go with you, Doctor. Into the utopian world beyond. It's still going! Holy shit, man. Pilgrimage of Compassion. How long is this dungeon? It's not that long. Okay. Am I exploring episode 4's story dungeon? Apparently.
제가 앞에 서죠.
Okay. News of the war is getting grimmer by the day. The sea terrors are coming, swarming. This is the day when the ocean-born calamity broke and sunk Asia's seemingly infinite starward growth. Aren't you going to the surface, Mayors? More and more people have been getting too anxious to stay in Aegir. I'm not. If Aegir falls, it only means that the surface is soon to follow. Why? Think you'll head to the surface too? I'm thinking about it. Well, there weren't that many. People around me began to leave for the surface. I considered some of them to be close acquaintances. They all tried to convince me to leave with them. But fleeing my home in favor of the land didn't feel right. The foretold calamity descended. It dealt a heavy blow to Aegir, but the surface suffered much worse. I had to help them. How could I not, after hearing that such a terrible thing has happened? I think I'll head to the surface. Seriously? The surface? Think hard about it before you go. If you leave now, coming back might no longer be an option. Every day must be a struggle for them. At least I don't have to fear for the immediate tomorrow. So if it's my responsibility to provide help, as someone who is better off than them, even by a little. I know, but if I don't go there to help, things will only get much more dangerous for the land dwellers. Maybe that danger is the very thing that'll hurt you. I still think I have to help them. I procured myself a Nigerian research vessel at a cheap price to bring me to the land. Unable to even submerge myself without moving, this wasn't exactly the best ship out there, and I normally wouldn't have even given it a second look. But I thought it would at least help me navigate the coastal sea. I didn't expect this. The very first thing I witnessed on the surface was the bottomless hostility against the Aegir. They denied my and Aegir's offer for help for the sole reason that I came from the sea. They denied my compassion, my research. We don't need your stupid research. You're from the same place as the calamity, aren't you? Do you really think we're so stupid that we trust you? They confiscated my catalysts and tore my research apart. My wish to stand with them against the calamity was devoured by the hatred born of the same calamity. Any kindness, any compassion I gave them was repaid twofold in hatred and suspicion. Did that terrible condition of this land transform them into monsters, or was this always their nature? It wasn't long before the research vessel I brought from Aegir was confiscated out of suspicion. A few weeks later, when I finally came across that vessel by the beach, there was an uncanny name inscribed on its side, Rebellion de las Masas. But none of that was enough to stop me from continuing my research for the sake of the land dwellers. I went through so many trials and errors to somehow impede the sea turtle's rapid evolution, to revive the Iberian soil contaminated by the Nether-Sea brand. But my work bore barely any fruit, and I let the days float by as I watched the Inquisition arrest the Aegir one by one. When my sea terror samples and research notes came into view, they all looked completely different from one another, some of them with fundamentally different physiologies. Even still, nothing stopped them from being us instead of I.
And for the first time, I became doubtful of my effort to interrupt their evolution. Her tales were not entirely fabrications. Mayers is a bishop of the Church of the Deep, so that automatically makes her a sinner in the eyes of the Inquisition, regardless of her reasons. The more I studied them, the more I found them to be such compassionate, altruistic creatures. All they cared about was their survival, without even a hint of selfishness. They're not some evil monsters from the sea. Mayors, I concede that seaborns may not be evil, but it doesn't matter what they are, whether they are kindly life forms or whether they are simply a different form of civilization. It doesn't matter. Because Iberia and her Inquisition does not define seaborns as evil. Seaborns are our enemy, threats to human existence. I have but one thing to say as an Inquisitor. You, all of you, are my enemy. But it would be a good thing for the Inquisition if I were to leave for the city, wouldn't it? Why would you say that it's a good thing for us to toss our problem into another world? That'll be like abandoning our pride. Unless they, the people of the city, give you permission, as an Inquisitor, I can't let you do that. And don't get your hopes up about that either. You can wrap it in a box that says compassion for all you want, but Mayors, your course isn't exactly the direction I'd like to sail in. I'm a sailor, by the way. As the rest of the sinners prepare for battle, Mayors mutters, I didn't want to have to do this. Waves. I had no better words to describe the horde of sea terrors crashing into us. But this is the only way it could have ended. Your words are composed entirely of your own color, and no one else's. Manager Dante, right? We will hold the line and defend this place against the sea terrors rushing in from the rear. So in the meantime, can you take down Mayors and deal with the remaining sea terrors? Absolutely. The manager has responded affirmatively. All operators will be drawing the sea terrors to us. We don't need to take them all down. We just need to act as a wall between the wave and the people of Limbus Company. Irene, I would like to ask for your help as well. As for Amia, please assist Limbus Company, just in case. Okay, let the mission begin.
Okay, we're almost there. I'm starting to feel a bit tired. Okay. Well, we can do this pretty easily then. Just go here. Yeah.
제가 앞에 서죠.
They really went all out for this, huh?
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて
I'm excited to work alongside Limbus Company.
止まりから
Let's just win rate. We'll get through this without a problem, I think. Yeah.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました
혈염도 바로 뭐야
効果的な攻撃でした敵は深手を負っています
순식간에 끝내죠.
Come on. Hell yeah.
優れた式ですね
끝내. 순수하리. 가오르시게.
괜찮아. 함께 분배. 확인. 대체
Nice.
소각되었습니다.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です
I'm just like an elite operator. You're so true, Amiya.
남길만은 없겠지.
혈염도 바로 뭐야
괜찮아. 하잖아. 반복. 대체 소각되었습니다.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です
끝낸다.
Okay, that's one down. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I don't want to rush through this, but I'm starting to feel pretty woozy. to be honest. Okay. What do we got? We came across a cavern full of sunken ship remnants and golden treasures that have washed up inside. There are all kinds of unfamiliar sculptures and twinkling golden coins. The records here say that this used to be a ship that sailed all across Terra. Okay. Yes. Keep looking. Obviously. Sinners and Claire picked out a golden compass from inside the weather bag. The inscription of the compass is still artifact still intact. This place is only a bridge makes it. Thank you, Sinner Sinclair. Gold forged compass. When using a plus coin skill, heal 5 SP. When using a minus coin skill, lose 5 SP. Even well, that's pretty good.
제가 앞에 서죠.
Well, that's pretty good, I think. Sounds good anyway.
敵が来ます。皆さん、
Okay.
戦闘の準備を。
Kill. Jesus Christ, man.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
Massive.
끝내. 전소하리. 타오르시게.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
한놈.
I cannot believe
잠정.
that they put that Merceau line in there. Genuinely insane. Because that just basically confirms it. Like, that confirms the entire theory that the sunlight is
何か変化が。
해체어가
carbon.
진행하겠습니다.
I suppose it was pretty obvious for a while, but they just kind of straight up confirmed it. And I can't believe they did it here.
効果的な攻撃でした。
흐드러지게. 타오르시게.
敵は深手を負っています。
An enemy is heavily wounded.
완벽한 한 방을 위해
You right?
걷잡을 수 없이. 처음이라.
You are my sunshine. My only Carmen. Kill.
완벽한 한 방을 위해 여기까지 쏜 이상 돌아갈 수 없는 거다. 방아쇠를 당겼다.
サンタさんの作戦とて
지옥뿐이라
も効果的でした。
Thank you, Amiya.
흐드러지게.
I can't wait to have Gregor, Ricardo, and Amiya as my announcers. I'm very selective.
モラノスに더는 못 따라나.
敵は深手を負っています。
Oh wait, this is a focused encounter. I didn't even realize. Okay, okay. Yeah, I didn't even notice that this was a focused encounter.
壁を覆っています
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
I was just pressing the win rate button. Okay.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
Let's get this over with.
타오르시게.
다음은 어디로?
There we go. Mission accomplished. What's all this then?
동부쉔크 삼과 돈키호테.
Don Quixote.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が
Okay. Is this also focused? God damn it. Okay. Okay. I don't want to deal with all that.
완벽한 한 발을 위해
눈부시지 않다 두려워하지 마.
Don't fear the absence of brilliance. I would never.
역시 니놈 말대로 어떤 사람이라도 맞출 수 있는 마법의 탄환.
Check out my sword.
大きな打撃を与えます
Use aura farms for one turn. And then in 3 turns from now, you are dead.
効果的な攻撃でした
타오르시게.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね
아른거리는
Oh,
불길 속으로.
she's also dead.
多数討伐確認
Oops. Well, welcome, Don. You're here now.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어. 핫! 뭐라 너? 더는 못 따라나.
Very good.
이 결투.
Very good. Okay. Why was no one clashing those? I guess that's why you know it went right, huh? Well, no matter.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です
Everything being clashed. Yeah.
화격감.
All good. Plop, plop, plop.
일발장전.
Okay, big sword time.
よく炒められます。
Here we go. Might as well just let Gregor go first and take care of all of them, basically. Go for it.
조여목구를 달고 볼까? 본인의 승리를
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
Go for it, King. Finish incoming.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은
That's what I'm talking about.
이빨이지.
これがリンバスカンパニーの戦闘。
Oops.
私もまた一つ学ばせていただきました。
He's getting nervously impaired.
敵を食い止められます。
We're all good.
완벽한 단발을 위해
몰아넣었으니 더는 못 따라나.
It's slightly less damage than I thought it would. But it's fine.
이 결투 본인의 승리일세.
Indeed, that is true. Ingrid's trial.
매달고 불태우거라. 끝끝내 뼈조각 하나 남지 않도록.
Goose. That's good damage too. Okay, come on, baby.
この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Oh my god. It's rolling 22. I wasn't even looking. Burn the witch. Okay, we're all good. We're all good. Mission accomplished. Rebellion de las Masas. Okay, middle. There are a long line of people. The ocean's blessings. Let the other people have it first. Nothing happened. Bruh. At the center of the well, it doesn't really matter. Amazing. Okay, let's do it.
개체 유형 확인.
Let's do it. Hi. Mayor's despair, the repulsiveness of people's ill intent, and the faint hope from the light found within. All kinds of emotions and memories rise to the surface of Amiya's fathoms, then sink again. Those same thoughts seem into me as well, unfiltered. The sins that people have committed won't just go away. Humanity's ill intent will propagate unimpeded too. With the ties that miss my... This is very... If you like this song, you would love Tidal Wave. Look up Tidal Wave Arknights, and that song is so fucking good. reach out into the darkness. I'm sure I'll be fine. All sinners gain emotional connection. What does that mean?
皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
Gaining ego resources. Okay. There's a log. I'll read this later. Minus 90% damage. Really? Summon the sea terrors. You know what? I'll just go for it.
단번에 끝낸다.
Yeah, they really want us to use the collab ego. Apparently. Light.
눈부시지 않다. 두려워하지 마.
일발 장전.
Well, I like the design. Design is very cool. It's a bit similar to Hohenheim.
皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Oh, really? He's a buffer, huh? Well, that should be fine.
완벽한 한 발을 위해.
If you have a good team, you can always just win rate. This holds true in most
敵
situations.
に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
Who needs to read?
걷잡을 수 없이. 타올라.敵は深手を負っています。
완벽한 한 발을 위해.
Yeah, this song is good. Burn the witch.
매달고 불태우거라. 끝끝내 뼈 조각 하나 남지 않도록.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy damage, actually. How did it deal that much damage?
혈염도 바로.
効果的な攻撃でした。 敵は深手を負っています。
I see. Does it work differently than I remember?
안 뜨거워? 멀리서 말해도 들려.
No, it just did a lot of damage for some reason. Yeah, you can't really gain that very well here. Guess none of these are really necessary. Might as well have a look at this.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Fluid sac, but not as good. Come on. Nervous impairment. Good job. Okay, that was uncomfortably close.
아득한 야정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를
Command
찾아
meltdown.
스스로 답을 구하시길.
Oh, that was kind of a pathetic amount of damage.
タンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした。このままいけば敵を食い止められます。
I think I got nervous impaired. It's time for the funny move.
순식간에 끝내죠.
I am quite nervously impaired at this moment. No heads hit. So no heads.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 깃발이지.
Ah, that's still pretty good.
多数討伐
It must be said. Did the music change?
敵は深手を負っています。
Did the music change? No, I don't think it did. I think I'm just delusional.
해체 허가 진행하겠습니다.
Go for it. Yeah, the speed up version is very funny
매달
because the voice line also skips ahead.
뼈가 하나 남지 않도록.
Why did this do so much damage that one time?
아득한 야정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서
We're fighting underwater, you're right.
희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로
I think Fluid Sac has better damage output, actually.
시계.
Good job, Gregor. Yeah, this is a pretty long fight, isn't it? It's fine. She's quite close to being dead. More light. Go for it, Greg.
순식간에 끝내죠.
$13 attack weight. Really? I didn't even look. Okay, that went well. What are you doing? Okay. The light. You've aged a lot since the last time we met, Fabi. Is this a characteristic of your subrace? You haven't aged today. So what brings you to the Church of the Deep? Seaborns are indispensable in our preparation for the impending doom. Nothing else can ensure the survival of humanity. Thus it will only be right for me to join hands with those who are able to... Okay, I need to stop reading for a bit because my throat is up. Please step aside. A land in which the hatred for all are different. That's interesting. Efficient order, natural altruism. They're both virtues humanity should never lose sight of. But there's no such thing as absolute when it comes to the values of life. Survival is the right of all civilization, which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. But what if there's no other way? Wow. Oh my god, it's the black hole. The faint blue light shone. Light of the city. From the 10 virtues. They're talking about the Sephira? I tick on, really? Yes, Dante. Yes. The light. Mm-hmm. Yes. It's the truth. That's what they're like. Find a new answer. Get over it. It's quite a prideful thing to do indeed.
ならぬ気配を感じます。
Really? Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. Ego spam.
여기까지 쏜 이상 돌아갈 수 없는 거다.
The only possible way forward.
당겼으면 좋겠네. 지옥뿐이라 해.
모든 슬픔과 눈물을 끌어모아 대신
Oh my god, she has shield. I could cry.
이 스며들 듯한 비.
Classic sun shower moment.
모르겠어.
당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
That did a lot of damage
상처는
for being unblockable.
매달고 불태우거라. 끝끝내 몇 조각 하나 남지 않도록.
Ties carry the windows to Mayor's Pass, soon devouring them beyond visions of them. Yes, this is true. Okay. Safeguarding effect against stagger. Sure. I'm sure that'll be helpful. Yeah, the stagger doesn't protect me from nervous impairment. I kind of figured. I guess she's probably gaining power buffs, huh?
복을 구하고 싶다면 정성을
That's the first time I've
들여
ever used that ego, by the way.
당신을 인도해주진 못해도
Offer that warm embrace. Yeah, that's certainly less damage. I think it was probably because I wasn't actually attacking that other thing, the Hand of Mercy or whatever it was called.
불태우거라. 끝끝내 몇 조각 하나 남지 않도록.
I think that's probably why her clash power was so freaking high.
혈염도 바로.
I love him so much. He's so incredibly funny.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서
Monster.
희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로
Please.
この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
Massive damage. Brilliance.
한 발을 위해
이 검은, 이 명예는,
Yes.
이 영광은 빗바래지 않을 텐데.
That's still a lot of damage. Good job. Okay, the burn will get her.
カンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに
No.
行きましょう。
순식간에 끝내줘.
Oh my god, she has a lot of shield. I should have probably looked at that. It's fine, she's gonna die from burn. Actually, she's not because she has shield. God damn it. It's fine, we can survive this probably. Oops.
囚人に致命傷を確認。至急対処お願いします。
Oopsie daisy. She still has shield. I thought we were done. I guess. But I mean, if I die here, that's still kind of bad. Okay, well, Dawn just kind of needs to survive here, I think. Do that. Then just... the others can die, it's fine.
해체 억압 진행하겠습니다. 불길 속으로.
Dawn can solo. We got this.
끝내 정수하리.
Come on.
당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
Ouch.
알지 못하고 간 것이
Okay, Dawn solo. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, man.
조여먹구를 달궈볼
Good job, Dawn.
승리일세.
You really saved our bacon. It's true that people scrutinize other for differences to find something they can hate. But it's also true that it's often those very differences... No. that people look up to. You can just... Yep, admiration usually goes hand in hand with overestimation. And Miss Maves admires those two unknowns. Okay, I can't read anymore. I'm too tired. No. We'll help you. Battle complete. This was a lot longer than I was expecting it to be. Don't tell me she's the Mirror Dungeon boss. If she's the Mirror Dungeon boss, I'm not even gonna bother. Okay, well, it's the Mirror Dungeon. You've got more options there, I guess. It's finally over. Hold on. What is that? Dr. Dante's advice to be grown. Is the whale? Massive shadow gliding just... It's a seaborn. Okay, no. Dante, we should first figure out why the Z-Worm's coming after us. Okay, she goes down fast in MD. It's obsessed with this ship. It's coming after Skadi. Multiple entities. We're lucky. Oh my god, it's the night. What the fuck? Please, let us go. I need to go to sleep. It's the roaring night. Yes. So we won't be able to bid you goodbye. I appreciate the sentiment, I really do, but you don't have much time. Thanks, Samia. That's cool. Bye! I hope we can meet again. I doubt it somehow. we shall take our leave. Let's return to the city. We're back. Uh-huh. Ego I don't ever recall extracting. Okay, so... okay, well, the memory is disappearing. So, is the implication that it was actually an abnormality that sent them over to that other dimension? No, I think it did happen. I think it was very much canon, but I just think all of their memories are erased. Yeah. I mean, why would Blue Star send you to Terra or Arknights world? That seems strangely specific. Oh my goodness. I guess it is funny. Well, that was very fun. I really gotta go crash right now, though. At least I got everything. I got all of the ego. I should have just equipped this so I would have gotten more stuff, but whatever. That was a great time.
군주가 지배하는 대관원의 밤에는 소리가 없어. 그 평화는 반가워.
Goodbye, guys.
이다지도 조용한 세상은 이 세상이 마음이 심란하다.